articles have already been addressed by the courts and decided in the Biden administration's favor, or they are currently working their way through the system. Constitutional experts have told the committee that for the breach of public trust to rise to something close to a high crime and misdemeanor, it will require conduct intended to serve an official's own benefit or the benefit of a foreign power. No serious person can allege that Secretary Mayorkas' actions meet the standard for breach of public trust. Republicans have ignored the facts and misrepresented the law to justify their scheme. But the law is clear, and so is Secretary's record. Secretary Mayorkas has leveraged all the authorities at his disposal while maximizing the resources provided by Congress to secure the border. He's removed record levels of migrants from the U.S., detained more people than Congress has provided funding for, and prevented record levels of fentanyl from entering our communities. But this sham impeachment effort isn't really about border security. It's about Republican politics and subversion of the Constitution. In testimony before the committee, in letters and in op-eds published in major newspapers, bipartisan constitutional law and impeachment experts agree the secretary has not committed an impeachable offense. Secretary Mayorkas has faithfully implemented the administration's border policies consistent with the funding Congress has provided. At every opportunity, Republicans have refused to provide resources to the Department of Homeland Security. If House Republicans were serious about improving conditions along the border, they would provide the department the funding necessary to do so. They have not. If House Republicans were serious about improving conditions at the border, they would negotiate border security legislation with the White House and the Senate. They have not. The extreme mega Republicans who are running the House of Representatives don't want solutions. They want a political issue. House Republicans take their marching orders from Donald Trump, and he has directed them to reject a bipartisan border bill. This sham impeachment is an attempt by House Republicans to distort the Constitution and the Secretary's record to cover up their inability and unwillingness to work with Democrats to strengthen border security. Former Republican Secretary of Homeland Security Michael Chertoff recently cautioned against impeaching Secretary Mayorkas and urged bipartisan legislative action. He said, quote, "Our nation is at its best when our leaders work together to confront the seemingly intractable. The situation of our border and our national security demands such bipartisan collaboration. Despite our different parties, I know Mr. Mayorkas to be a fair and honest, dedicated to the safety and security of the U.S. He's represented DHS in the country and to both parties in Congress with integrity," unquote. That is the kind of bipartisanship we need to solve border challenges and strengthen our immigration system. Unfortunately, this sham impeachment has been nothing but partisan. During consideration in the Homeland Security Committee last week, Republicans improperly shut down the markup and blocked Democrats from offering amendments to the resolution. Extreme mega Republicans couldn't bear to consider amendments to their poorly drafted articles of impeachment before silencing Democrats who attempted to inject a dose of reality into the proceedings. They even blocked Democrats from including material for the markup record on 5 occasions. The truth is, Republicans' actions show they don't have faith in their own case against the secretary. That's why they lack the courage of their convictions to see their markup to the end. This nonsense has to stop, and it should stop here. Republicans need to start doing the work Americans sent them here to do. Democrats are waiting for you to join us in the serious work ahead. Mr. Burgess, Ranking Member McGovern, I urge my colleagues to honor their oath to the Constitution and drop this sham impeachment.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Chairman Green, let me just ask you, you've heard a lot here. Is there any of that you want to respond to?
Well, there's a lot of it. You know, the first accusation was a rush to get this done. We've taken almost a year of looking at this, 400 pages of reports, 5 phases of an investigation: phase 1, dereliction of duty; phase 2, you know, the support of the drug cartels, empowering them to spread across our country. Some great reports out of San Francisco about how the Mexican cartels and the Honduran cartels have connected with the gangs in San Francisco. Phase 3, the human costs, which have been incredible. The financial cost was phase 4, and then waste, you know, waste of millions and millions of dollars on unused ICE detention beds and hotels that were purchased that were never used. So we have exhausted our resources. We have looked into this incredibly lengthy. I could go on, but I'm sure you've got other questions.
Sure. Well, I appreciate you bringing to our attention the fact that these articles, or this was referred to your committee rather than judiciary. Some people might ask why Homeland Security is bringing this rather than the Committee on the Judiciary. So I appreciate that. And that was, I guess, a bipartisan referral to your committee, was it not?
It was, and the Supreme Court has ruled that the will of the House determines our processes, and so the House spoke, and they referred it to us.
So, you know, like everyone else, I've made multiple trips down to the border over the years, and what has been just overly predominantly the sentiment that's been expressed to me is nobody's ever seen anything like this. I mean, this is a catastrophe beyond anything that has ever happened before. We thought there were problems during the Bush years. We knew there were problems during the Obama years. There were problems during the Trump years, but this is unimaginable. What is going on, and just the amount of human suffering that's been caused by the open borders, come on over mentality that has been promulgated by this administration. So let me just ask you, can you provide us just a couple of highlights from your investigation?
Yes, sir. One of the things that became very clear, this is not a migration crisis caused by some event in Latin America or Central America. This is a catastrophe of our own creation. When we did away with the policies, 87 different policies that worked from the previous administration, talked in an election about opening the borders, talked about amnesty in the election, people tested the system. And they came, they realized they were going to be released into the country, and they phoned home. And now millions have come. We took the pull factors and just exploded them into a massive magnet, and people are coming because they know that they're going to get released. 85% actually is what Secretary Mayorkas said in a private meeting that was reported out, are just being released into the country. And with that, the drug cartels have seized the opportunity. They're actually trafficking everybody who comes through Mexico now, charging $10,000 to $50,000, $60,000, $75,000, making tens of billions of dollars for themselves just from the human trafficking. But what they do is they take those mass peoples, they control them, they hit a crossing site, and at the strategic level, that ties up the CBP personnel, and then they're free to come across the border with the fentanyl. And that's why fentanyl's gone from $98 a hit to $20, $25 a hit in at least Tennessee, in accordance with my sheriffs. It's why so many hundreds of thousands, well, 150,000 Americans have died to fentanyl. It is a policy change that violated the laws. We're not here about policy. We're about violation of the laws written by this body, right? That resulted in the cartels basically owning the southwest border. And the Border Patrol agents tell us, you know, if we can just detain. Well, the law is very clear, shall detain. It doesn't say anywhere in the law, you shall capture every murderer, DOJ, but what Congress told the executive branch, you shall detain. And this only this secretary, not any of the others, Democrat or Republican, only this secretary sent a memo to his people saying, don't do that.
And he was well aware of what?
Oh,
these facts that you've just disclosed to us.
Yes, Secretary Mayorkas has been in the department many times, and he knows what the laws are, and he has created systems to subvert those laws.
I appreciate your efforts on this. I know it's been a long task for you and for the committee. I'll defer further questions because I'll talk about this on the floor tomorrow and recognize the ranking member of the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. Let me just say, Chairman Green, I have respect for you as a member of this Congress. But quite frankly, reading what is before us and, watching all this unfold, I think you should be ashamed of yourself for bringing this kind of trash before this committee. I mean, we are here because Marjorie Taylor Greene and the chock full of nuts caucus wanted us to be here. Let me ask you, Chairman Green, if you succeed and Secretary Mayorkas is impeached, who replaces him? Do we know who will be in charge?
Well, I assume that there's a deputy who would step forward.
You know the
in an
name of the,
interim.
you know the name of the?
No.
You don't?
No,
So, I mean, it seems like it's a pretty.
I don't see why that's relevant.
Well, it is, I mean, because the question is, I mean, will it be somebody who is implementing Biden's policies?
So if he
or will it
murdered
be
someone, would we just not get him out of office
Well,
because
so
I
you
mean,
don't-
there's nobody named
so-
to
so
follow
the-
him?
The answer to the question is you don't know.
You're right, I
who will
don't.
replace. Okay, so let me ask you this. When exactly did you decide to impeach Secretary Mayorkas? Do you know what the exact date was? Was it before or after April 18th, 2023?
April 18th, 2023. Now, we have proceeded with a five-phased approach, looking at this
was-
as fairly
Was
as
it
possible.
before or after April 18th?
I can't tell you when I thought this needed to happen.
Well, the reason why I ask you is I'm looking at a New York Times article
That
of
misquoted
April
me,
18,
yes.
2023, entitled "Key Republicans Tell Donors That He Will Pursue Impeachment of Mayorkas." And they have an audio, they have you on audio tape saying that you would, and I quote, "deliver charges to the House Judiciary Committee, which handles impeachment proceedings." I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert this article into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
I guess the question is, why would you tell donors that you were going to impeach Secretary Mayorkas before you open an investigation? Why would you do that?
The article misquoted me. I do
I think
recall
they have you
that.
on audio, yeah.
Yeah, no, well, they did misquote me. I can tell you, I went back and checked myself.
All right, well, maybe we can ask them to produce the, but before completion of your investigation, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is the author of this, said that impeachment had been, and I quote, "guaranteed to her." That was on November 30th of 2023. And she said, and again, I quote, "I've been guaranteed by Speaker Johnson and Chairman Green that the House would impeach Secretary Mayorkas." Why would you promise her that you would impeach no matter what the evidence said? Or
Well,
she
by that
was
time, we'd
disappointed?
been through a lot of hearings and
So you,
reports.
so in November 30th, you did promise her.
No, I don't remember ever promising her
Is she
anything.
lying or is she
I don't
telling-
know. It could be a misunderstood conversation. That happens all the time in this building.
Yeah, well, boy, but what it sounds to me is like this whole thing is a predetermined performative political stunt. I
Well,
mean,
if I-
it's not about the evidence or the Constitution. I think what's happening here is you guys are doing this because Trump told you to.
Mr. Trump has
yeah.
never asked me to do that, and I want to be on the record with that because the accusation has been made multiple times.
But again,
And to your point about me being embarrassed, sir, I took this oath to the Constitution when I
Well,
was
Trump-
17 at
Trump
West Point.
tweeted, Trump
The
tweeted,
Constitution matters
yeah,
to me,
Trump tweets his,
not,
yeah, what I'm learning is that Trump tweets.
Let's not talk over each other because our stenographer has trouble with that.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
Trump tweeted that he wanted him gone.
I
So
don't
that's
even,
nothing, yeah. Well,
I follow
it's
him.
hard for me to believe that the Republicans in this House, do not pay attention to every word that is tweeted or uttered by the former president because you seem to be following his orders to a T. Let me ask you, Chairman Green, if it gives you any pause that so many staunch Republicans and colleagues of yours say that you have no cognizable basis here for impeachment. I don't know if you've heard these quotes, but I'd like to ask you to respond to some of them. A political stunt, and I'm quoting Secretary Michael Chertoff, who's a Bush administration DHS secretary. Another quote, Secretary Mayorkas did not commit an impeachable offense. He is not guilty of high crimes or misdemeanors. That was Representative Ken Buck, who is a Republican in this House. Mr. Chairman, can I have order in the committee, please?
Yeah, committee will come to order.
Yeah, no. Another quote, these are not impeachable offenses, Representative Tom McClintock. Quote, I haven't seen the constitutional standard met yet, Senator Mitt Romney, who actually ran for president as a Republican nominee against Barack Obama. Quote, there is no current evidence that he is corrupt or committed an impeachable offense. That is why the case has not been made to impeach Alejandro Mayorkas. That was Jonathan Turley. I guess I find it shocking the number of Republicans who have basically come out and said that this is nuts. And these are just moderate Republicans. It's a lot of hardcore conservatives have said, you know, let's hit the brakes here. What is your response to all these people who seem to have a real problem with this on the Republican side?
Well, Mr. Ranking Member, obviously I disagree with them. But as I was saying earlier, I took the oath to the Constitution when I was 17 on the planet West Point. Spent 24 years living under that oath as an officer in the United States Army. And I will tell you that my oath wasn't to the people, it wasn't to the geography, it wasn't to the flag, it was to the Constitution. Same oath we take for this job. This secretary has disregarded a co-equal branch of government, 7 specific laws that he has subverted and basically had his people break those laws. And I find that having a cabinet secretary get to pick and choose which laws this body passes is unacceptable. And if he were a Republican, I'd be doing the exact same thing.
Well, I appreciate the answer, but that's not the answer to my question. Let me ask you, yes or no, and this is really, I think it's a simple yes or one-word answer. Do you think Congress needs to pass new laws to fix our problems at the border?
We absolutely need to pass laws. HR 2 is sitting over there waiting on the Senate to pass it.
Well, as you know, that we have a Republican-controlled House barely. You have a democratically controlled Senate barely. You have a Democratic president. So obviously there has to be some give and take. The Senate has been working in a bipartisan way, and you're saying something that, quite frankly, one of our colleagues said the opposite of last week in the Rules Committee. He said that we didn't need any new laws, but you're saying we need new laws. And I guess if that's the case, what's your response to Speaker Johnson refusing to bring up the Senate bipartisan bill to address the problems at the border? Because I'm just trying to
I
understand
appreciate
the
that
rationale of people complaining that we need to better control our border, but yet there seems to be a pretty tough border security bill coming out of the Senate, and you guys are basically saying dead on arrival.
Well, there's a couple of reasons. Number one, the way this bill is written, it actually facilitates more, just what's happening right now. It codifies the things that are currently against law that Mr. Mayorkas is doing. And it's rather interesting that we're negotiating more law, which I agree, we need to fix some things, to hand to a secretary who has chosen to break the law. I'll give you an example I said in my opening statement. In HR 2, we actually requested more Border Patrol agents than the president did in his supplemental. So it's not an issue of we don't want to address needs.
Well,
The issue is what those people are going to be used for. Processing more people into the country is not the right answer. That just creates more of the incentive and brings more waves of people.
Policy disagreements are really not the basis to impeach.
It is to
cabinet
write law, though,
secretaries,
right? It is if we're writing
by the
law.
way, just
But
for the
once it's
record,
enacted,
just for the record, Homeland Security is detaining more people at the border than Congress has given them money for.
sir, they've decreased their
yeah.
request for ICE detention beds
Right,
every
right,
year.
right,
That doesn't make
right.
sense.
No,
They're actually
well, I mean,
creating
I
the
mean,
problem.
But going back to my question, which was like, why not have a debate and vote on what some very conservative senators, have negotiated with Democrats? Explain to me why Congress should not have the opportunity to debate or vote on that.
I don't understand why the Senate hasn't debated the bill we sent them unless get
Well,
it into
I-
conference
you know,
committee. As I understand it, when we pass a bill like the NDAA,
Right.
I was on armed services for a while. They pass a version and then, or they take our version and amend it and then it goes to
Yeah,
conference.
well,
and
I think the difference here, if I could, just
Please.
be clear, I mean, and to the best of my knowledge, and Vice Chair Thompson, I don't think you were asked to sit down and to negotiate with Republicans on HR 2, were you? I don't know if anybody was. This was a purely partisan bill. And by contrast, in the Senate, they have worked out a partisan bill because I think they realize that a purely partisan bill will probably never see the light of day, will never become law. So the question is, if you want to get something done, you got to work in a bipartisan way. Hey, if you guys maintain control of the House and you win the Senate and you win the presidency, you can do whatever you want to do. That's just not the reality we're dealing with. And I just want to stay for the record. Someone just sent me this breaking news in a statement to Fox News. You guys all watch Fox News. The Border Patrol Union says that they support and endorse the bipartisan border deal negotiated in the Senate, saying it's not perfect, but far better than the status quo. And so, I'm just curious why not welcome an opportunity to have that debate and discussion on the floor? And even if you can't get 100% of what you want, something's better than nothing, I think, right?
Well, if you take the 5,000 that they want to allow to come in every day and multiply that times 365 and multiply that times an average of $15,000 that the drug cartels collect per person, that's how many billions of dollars we're giving to the drug cartel with this bill. And I'm sorry,
So
sir, I just can't
guess-
support
yeah,
that.
I guess the answer is that.
Not this one.
it's- yeah,
Maybe another version, but not this one.
Yeah, well, the answer is that the hell with bipartisanship. It's
No, I
our
have
way
a
or the
Reagan
highway.
O'Neill club.
Right, yeah.
I bring
Right.
Democrats
Right.
and Republicans to my house.
Right.
We sit down and negotiate and talk about
You-
stuff all
you
the
could
time.
call- You could, we're the rules committee. You can call it up and have amendments to it if you want.
I'll be surprised if it gets out of the Senate, but
I know
We'll see.
Trump weighed in, he's against it, so maybe not. You say that you would impeach a Republican, for, if a Republican were releasing people back into the United States.
no, sir. I said if they were violating the laws
All right,
passed by
let me
this
ask you-
body.
Okay, but you keep on talking like somehow that the border was solved when Trump was
No,
president.
there were
Yeah,
people who came
right.
in,
So in the
but it
final
was
two-
fixed.
In the final 2 years of Trump's presidency, the Cato Institute, which my friends on the other side of the aisle like to quote, says that there were 700,000 migrants released into the United States pending their immigration proceedings. Was that Trump's DHS Secretary Nielsen's fault?
I'd have, which year are you talking about?
In
Mr.
the
Ranking
final
Member?
2 years of Donald Trump's presidency?
So 700,000
Yeah,
over
I
2
mean, that's what
years.
Cato says. And was Secretary Nielsen's fault? Should she have been impeached for that?
As I understood the way she executed the law, she attempted to detain first, and then when the resources were exceeded, there were people that were on a case-by-case basis paroled into the country. The
Yeah.
current methodology, as the courts have ruled, is
Right.
just the
Yeah,
opposite.
The resources are exceeded now, Chairman Green.
No, they're leaving ICE detention beds empty.
Yeah, well, I mean, anyway, but should she have been impeached for that?
As I said, and as the courts have ruled, Mr. Mayorkas, contrary to even Barack Obama, many other presidents, secretaries of Homeland Security, has done just the opposite of what they've all done, and he is releasing immediately into the country against the laws written by this Congress.
You know what, it is so sad that this is what we are doing right now. I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a Wall Street Journal article entitled "Don't Impeach Alejandro Mayorkas" by Michael Chertoff.
Without objection, so ordered.
And let me just quote a little bit from this article. And he said, and I quote, I can say with confidence that for all the investigating that the House Committee on Homeland Security has done, they have failed to put forth evidence that meets the bar. He went on to say, quote, I don't agree with every policy decision the Biden administration has made. There are aspects of immigration strategy that are worthy of debate, but House Republicans are ducking difficult policy work and hard-fought compromise. Impeachment is a diversion from fixing our broken immigration laws and giving DHS the resources needed to secure the border. You know, I say that, I want to highlight this because this is a Republican who is in the former head of Department of Homeland Security. And one of the things that, he and others have said, even those who may not agree with everything that Secretary Mayorkas has done, is that he is a decent and honorable public servant who has given his life in service to this country. And the fact that for political purposes, because that's what this is all about, this is the first time that we have ever impeached a sitting cabinet member. First time we've ever tried to. I hope at the end of the day that there'll be enough Republicans who will understand the severity of what we are doing here. But to go after a good, honorable, decent man, to try to drag his name through the mud like this, I think is unconscionable. We want good people, Democrats and Republicans, to serve in government. As I said before, if policy disagreements were the basis to be able to impeach cabinet secretaries, I would have voted to impeach every one of the secretaries in the last administration. I think were horrible, horrible. But that's not the way it works. I don't know. Let me ask Mr. Thompson if he has anything he wants to add.
Well, thank you very much. I think that the issue for a lot of us is that Congress makes the laws. The administration deals with the policy. All the issues that have been identified in this impeachment, there's a fix that Congress can do. The secretary has to do it within whatever the law is. He's tried, he's had opportunities to interpret the policies and try to make them work. But we need to provide more resources to the department. Only Congress can do that. We need to make sure that we have more patrol along the border. Congress can do that. We need technology. We need a lot of those things. And one of the things that concerns me the most is that a majority of the people on the committee who have had an opportunity to vote and provide resources to the department voted against providing resources. Now you want to impeach the man because you say he's not doing his job because the border is not secure. Give him the resources. We try to give the resources. A majority of our committee that has had an opportunity to vote to provide resources to DHS voted against it.
I appreciate that. And again, with all the things that we should be doing, that we're here doing this, which to me is purely political, is really a shame. I'm looking at the Committee on Homeland Security and kind of what you guys have been working on or not working on. Your committee, Chairman Green, has held zero full committee hearings on emergency preparedness, cyber threats, infrastructure protection, transportation security, Department of Homeland Security management, or information sharing and intelligence efforts. Your committee has marked up only 14 bills thus far this Congress, compared to the 36 bills passed out of the committee by this same time last Congress under Democratic control. And instead, we are here bringing this sham impeachment to this committee today. I would urge that maybe some attention be given to these other matters, which are clearly important for the security of our country. And I want to close with going back to Senator Langford, again, an impeccably conservative senator, who said, some of his quotes were, quite frankly, I was surprised at some folks that said, it'll take me days and weeks to be able to read through the bill. This is the bill that the Senate Democrats and Republicans have came to an agreement on. Yet within a few minutes, they tweeted out their opposition after saying it's going to take them days or weeks to read the bill. He said on a Fox News interview The key aspect of this, again, is we are, as Republicans, going to have press conferences and complain the border is bad, and then intentionally leave it open? Question mark. And he said, I would remind folks that during the Trump administration, we also had days of more than 4,000 people that were illegally crossing the border in 2019. And they were struggling because there were gaps and loopholes in the law. And again, on impeachment, he said, Mayorkas is carrying out President Biden's policies. You can swap secretaries. The policies are going to be exactly the same. And I think the follow-up to that is unless you change the laws. And what this is all about here today is not about securing the border. It is not about stopping the flow of fentanyl into the United States. It is not about anything that matters to anybody in this country. This is politics at its worst. This is a, Marjorie Taylor Greene production. And if that's the face of the Republican Party right now, I'll have at it. I feel bad for my Republican colleagues who, many of them I know better. But this is not what we should be doing. And again, in defense of Secretary Mayorkas, he's a good, honorable, decent man. He doesn't deserve this. Doesn't deserve this. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair. Thanks, gentlemen. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is
Thank
recognized.
you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Chairman Green, I just want to congratulate you on all the hard work you put into this. Is there anything that you would like to say in response to the previous comments or any additional information you'd like to add?
I think there are a couple of things I'd like to address, and thank you for that. This is actually the second time Cabinet Secretary, other times when one's been, brought, but one that was successful before this, the only one that's been successful was Mr. Belknap. And Article 3 on his impeachment was simply, he was doing a horrible job that harmed the country. Now, I know we've had discussions about maladministration, and I'm not here making the case for impeachment for maladministration. I'm making the case, and my committee is making the case, that he's breaking the laws. And it's interesting. Congress, we talk about Congress makes the laws. I don't have to explain this in this room. They execute the laws. The ranking member just talked about that. But if you go back to the Iran-Contra hearings, the Democrats who made the recommendation from that hearing said very specifically, the president cannot pick and choose which laws he wants to enforce. It is clear that the president, this body writes the laws, they enforce them, period. And very clearly, Mr. Mayorkas has picked and chosen which laws he's going to enforce, many of which he's actually subverted and done just the opposite. So 7 of them to be exact. So those are a couple of comments to address what was said before. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairman Green. I appreciate it. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for any questions she might have for the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As one of the members of Congress who has the honor of representing Philadelphia as the birthplace of both our nation and the Constitution, I take particularly seriously references to what the Constitution does and does not require. And I have to agree with the ranking member that none of these sham impeachments brought by the MAGA majority in this Congress appear to be led by constitutional scholars. When the framers gathered in Philadelphia to write the Constitution in 1787, they spent months passionately drafting and debating the contours of that document and our new republic. They created a government by and for the people, laying out distinct branches and a system of checks and balances. And while they deemed it necessary to give Congress the power of impeachment, the framers were clear from the outset that they believed impeachment would be limited to situations that were extraordinary, solemn, and rare. If Marjorie Taylor Greene and her colleagues cared about the founding of the Constitution, then they would be familiar with the debates from 1787, when the framers debated what would qualify as impeachable offenses. They rejected the idea that impeachment could be used for malpractice or maladministration or neglect of duty, saying that most extreme sanction for instances involving bribery, treason, and high crimes and misdemeanors, a term which has a special constitutional meaning. They would know that Hamilton warned in Federalist 65 of the danger that impeachment might be driven by animosities and factions, and cautioned that, and I quote, there will always be the greatest danger that the decision to impeach will be regulated more by the comparative strength of the parties than by the real demonstrations of innocence or guilt. And isn't that what we have here today? A cynical, partisan impeachment divorced from real evidence of innocence or guilt, brought solely to score cheap political points. It is outrageous, and real constitutional scholars and the American people know it. The truth is that for more than a year, House Republicans, in the chokehold of some of their most extreme members, have been jonesing to impeach somebody, anybody, in this administration. They've been guided not by constitutional scholars, but by the demands of the disgraced former president and his most shameless and servile followers. Even if all of the allegations in this resolution were true, which they are most certainly not, there's nothing in this impeachment resolution that rises to the level of an impeachable offense. Instead, we have a naked political ploy to smear a dedicated public servant because the House majority and former president would rather campaign on border issues than solve them. And frankly, I'm sad to say, coming from this majority, that's hardly shocking. The weaponization of our Constitution in the impeachment process over policy disputes after the MAGA majority has refused to engage with bipartisan proposals and requests for resources is unprincipled. It is shocking to see members of the House using solemn constitutional powers to intimidate public servants, to take down political rivals, and to undermine faith in the integrity of our country's institutions. Not for the first time in recent years, members of Congress must decide where their loyalties lie. Is it to the oath they made to be faithful to our Constitution, or is it with the former president and the MAGA extremists who run this House? Because that is the choice presented by this resolution. I hope that this time our colleagues find the courage to choose the Constitution, but based upon the proceedings so far, I fear that they will not. Ranking Member Thompson, I understand that the Committee on Homeland Security took testimony from a number of leading nonpartisan constitutional scholars, which you reported in your dissenting views on HRES 863. That testimony echoed that of scholars who've testified in past impeachment hearings. Can you talk a little bit about the constitutional standard for impeachment, and what did the scholars say to the committee?
Well, thank you very much. We had witnesses before the committee that basically said that impeachment is not a tool that can be used as a penalty, but it is clearly an extraordinary remedy under the Constitution. It's not a tool for policy or political differences. The framers also never intended for the legislative branch to wield its impeachment power to extort political changes from the executive branch. And so what we heard during our hearings is just the opposite of what the framers intended and what the testimony we heard from expert witnesses before the committee. And just a reminder that the federal government has wide discretion on how to enforce the laws. The Supreme Court has not found till this day that Secretary Mayorkas has broken any law. So for whatever reason, the high crimes and misdemeanor accusations have not been proven. And so we take the position in opposition to this impeachment resolution because of that.
I mean, it is remarkable to know what is in the constitutional debates, to hear what leading scholars say, both in the testimony that you heard and in testimony we've heard in recent years, including from Jonathan Turley, for example, who is brought to us repeatedly as a Republican expert, saying that what is alleged here is not high crimes and misdemeanors, does not constitute impeachable offenses. So this is a political ploy in search of a justification, and it certainly doesn't meet the constitutional standard.
We disagree as Democrats and Republicans all the time. I think it's how ultimately things become law. those disagreements are discussed. But at this point, where we are moving with this impeachment is far beyond what the framers intended. And I think it's being used to satisfy some extremists in the other party for the wrong reason. We can differ. I've been on the committee ever since it was created. And I've never seen the committee move in this direction. Historically, we've been very bipartisan. The legislation the chairman is referring to in terms of House Bill 2, we were not allowed any amendments or anything as it related to the committee. I mean, it just rammed it down our throat. And that's not who we are. When the enemy shows up, they don't ask party, they don't ask anything. They want to harm Americans. And I would long for the day for that kind of leadership to come back to the committee so we can start continuing to protect the greatest country in the world, as well as the best and finest citizens that I know, and they are Americans.
I think many people across this country and across this Congress share your desire to see this place function as it's meant to be, and without it being based on bullying and my way or the highway. Zero-sum game doesn't work for Congress. It certainly doesn't work for my constituents. And I appreciate your testimony. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for any questions she may have for the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't even know where to begin. I am sitting here listening to the other side of the aisle talk about impeachment as a political stunt and other various things that they're calling to discredit it. I was trying to take a few notes talking about cynical, politically driven impeachment, purely political. And it just seems very odd coming from that side of the aisle after what we've witnessed the few years before we were in the majority. Given that, Chairman Green, you know, they're saying all this and they're saying it's driven by policy differences. But what you have developed a clear case of willfully failing to enforce the laws Congress has tasked the administration with carrying out. And when Congress instructs the executive branch through legislation, is abiding by the instruction optional?
No, it is not. And it is the law of the land when we pass it, and they have a responsibility. As I mentioned before, the Iran-Contra hearing where Democrats said the president doesn't get to pick and choose which of these he wants. It's interesting, this memorandum from Secretary Mayorkas directs DHS employees to violate the law in terms of detaining criminal felons. The law is very specific. It even lists the types of felons. And yet here he told ICE that is not a reason to detain. And those individuals are basically directed by the secretary to not detain them when they're criminal felons. Now, we're not talking about just people who violated the law coming in. We're talking about criminal felons. So that is contrary to the laws this body passed and actually listed the crimes. He doesn't get to pick and choose. And so, yeah, it's not optional. And thank you for asking the question.
And I was going to ask you if you had examples that you wanted to put on the record, and you had it right there
Right
in
there.
writing. So I appreciate that.
Sure.
Because of your investigations, you are able to have the proof that you need to proceed. And I find it just ridiculous that they continue to call this a political stunt and all kinds of things, because you have the proof that you need. You have done your investigation, you have done your work, you have made a solid case, and I appreciate that. And if there's anything else you have to add that I know there's going to be a few more questions, but if there's anything else, because I am so disappointed that that's the tack that my colleagues have taken from the other side. And so I want to make sure that you are able to say anything that you want to in defense.
Sure, this notion about what the framers intended, and I actually have a quote from a Federalist 65, but I really want to go I know y'all's evenings were very busy, so I'll go straight to the guy who helped write the Constitution, Mr. James Madison. When he ran for Congress, became a congressman, and they were debating the formation of what would become the State Department. And the debate on the floor of the House was, well, what if we create this department? What happens if an untrustworthy person gets in the job? And this is what James Madison said. If an unworthy man be continued in office by an unworthy president, the House of Representatives can at any time impeach him, and the Senate can remove him, whether the president chooses to or not. The founders insisted that Congress has an ability to impeach unworthy cabinet officials, not just presidents. Public officials who refuse to comply with the laws of Congress and breach the public trust are exactly the type of unworthy men that James Madison called them, who were, worthy of impeachment. Our investigation found at least 7 laws where he's disregarded this co-equal branch of government. 40 plus times where I've sent requests for information, he's just refused, not even responding to the oversight responsibilities that we have. We asked him 4 different times to come before our committee. He said no or evaded. Judicial rulings have said cease and, to stop doing certain things, and he's ignored those court rulings. The separate branches of government was set up by our country to prevent tyranny, by our founders to prevent tyranny. And yet he's just operating however he wants to, contravening the laws, disregarding court orders. That's not what we should expect from a cabinet secretary. And it is why I'm passionate about this. Thank you.
And I appreciate that, Chairman Green, and it truly is disappointing that our colleagues don't recognize that and they can't see the facts there you've got on paper, that you've talked about the judicial proceedings. And so it's very disappointing that they won't actually help us with this and make sure that the laws are followed. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for any questions you may have for the panel.
Thank you, Chairman. So we're back here again with extreme Republican politics of grievance and acrimony, chaos over governance. So what I want to do, though, is make sure that we don't become numb to this kind of behavior and to this kind of legislating. Because we must condemn political vengeance and Trump's desire for political revenge every single time it rears its ugly head. When MAGA Marjorie Taylor Greene, as you pointed out, files 10 impeachment proceedings and censure motions, we should say no. Reasonable Republicans should say no. And indeed, as our ranking member pointed out, reasonable Republicans have said no. Former Homeland Security Secretary, as you pointed out, said that the Republicans have failed to put forth evidence that meets the bar. Ken Buck, one of your colleagues, said this is a policy difference. Over and over again, we're hearing that there is a distinction and policy differences do not rise to what the Constitution calls for with impeachment. And to talk about unworthy men is precisely an issue that then James Madison went on to define. So I would point out that after that discussion was had, there was an attempt to say maladministration. So we don't like your policy, right? Maladministration should be a cause for impeachment. So, Chairman Green, your point about unworthy, James Madison himself argued against allowing maladministration or policy differences for being a point of impeachment. He said, James Madison, and I would quote this, as he sought to defeat that Constitutional Convention amendment, he said, that would be equivalent, quote unquote, equivalent to a tenure doing pleasure of the Senate. There was indeed an effort to make sure there was a separation of powers. So as our ranking member Thompson pointed out, if you don't like what they're doing, take them to court. If you don't like what they're doing, there are remedies unless it is treason, bribery, or high crimes and misdemeanors. So the Constitutional Convention rejected a vague standard of simply unworthy. And instead, I would hope that my reasonable Republicans would also reject this attempt. And I think it is very different than what we've pointed out has happened before. Ranking Member Thompson, I need to tell you that I am so grateful for the work that you did as chair of the January 6th committee, because you shone a bright light for all Americans to see on prime time and in detail how close we came, how close the insurrectionists came to the members of Congress, some of whom are sitting here today, and our staff, how close we came to allowing a president who had lost an election, who knew he had lost election, from staying in power. And I know from watching you in those hearings, how much you believe in our democracy, how much you have worked, as you pointed out, during your entire tenure. The entire time there's been a Homeland Security Committee, you've been on it. So share with us a bit of what you see when you look at what happened around January 6th and how close we came there and what we're looking at now with this Mayorkas impeachment.
Well, thank you very much. I think that, there are sharp differences between this sham impeachment and the work of the bipartisan January 6th Select Committee. The Select Committee uncovered actual crimes committed by the former president. In fact, he's facing trial for some of them in federal court and in Georgia right now. Those are clearly impeachable offenses. Republicans cannot allege that Secretary Mayorkas has committed any particular crime, let alone a high crime and misdemeanor. Instead, they're relying on vague and poorly written charges. The other comment I make is that in reviewing Secretary Mayorkas' enforcement guidelines that was referred to earlier, the Supreme Court recognized that setting immigration enforcement guidelines is necessary and common. They sided with Secretary Mayorkas 8-1. So they're saying you have to use the discretion of the secretary to administer the laws. It's not a, here it is. You have to do the best you can with it. And it's that discretion that the court says the secretary has, and it continues to rule in that favor. So again, there's no bribery alleged against Secretary Mayorkas. There's no documented high crime or misdemeanor, as we have had in other impeachment settings. So again, it's people saying we're going to impeach him and not using any facts that will hold up in a court of law. Obviously, the impeachment will go through the House, and if it passes, it'll go to the Senate. But it's so unfortunate that the last time we even brought it up was 148 years ago. And here we are at this point, 148 years later, with what a lot of us think is in fact a sham impeachment. We can work it out as Democrats and Republicans, but the die was already cast before we even considered any of the other so-called charges. One of the things I can tell you, I offered a simple amendment that the secretary be afforded due process. And I was ruled out of order. And then I offered an amendment in the markup, and it was defeated. I mean, that's how we as a country got to our greatness, is assuming that everyone has an opportunity, not just to face his or her accuser, but also have an opportunity to provide a defense. We made that effort to just set some ground rules consistent with the rules of every other impeachment hearing, and it was failed. So it was clear when due process failed in the markup, I knew democracy was in trouble.
Democracy was in trouble. And I think that that's part of the concern, is that when we are using impeachment process rather than elections, policy issues are for elections, that we are using this impeachment process for something that's not intended. And, you know, the chairman referenced the Belknap impeachment. Bribery. What was the real reason why Belknap was impeached? It was bribery, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Are you
I
asking
mean,
me?
bribery.
Actually, the third article was his failure to do his job.
Well, but.
There were
wasn't
3
it-
articles of impeachment on him. There were crimes, you're right.
Right.
But
What- can
clearly
you-
our
can you
founders did
share
not
with-
intend
can you
for it
share
to be
with-
just
Can you share
crimes.
with us? Can you share with us what the crimes were?
Bribery.
Bribery. So in that instance, he was getting a cut from a trader, is that correct? And
Well,
he was living a lavish lifestyle, big parties,
No
had
doubt.
lots more money than his salary would have intended.
No doubt.
Yeah, so he
Um,
was engaged in bribery.
He was, he did it,
was
he did
engaged in
engage in
bribery.
a crime, but they also put a third article on there for failing to do his
Yeah.
job.
But the real
And
issue
Mr.
was
and
bribery.
President Nixon didn't commit a crime himself, but had several impeachment articles against him
Ah.
for being dishonest and for not following the law.
So, but as we know, I mean, using Belknap who engaged in bribery, using President Nixon, who, well, I actually agree with some of the actions President Nixon did as policy, amazingly, he did some very good things. I mean, to use Nixon as an example, when he
I'm
resigned
using the
in
example
disgrace,
of the impeachment people going against him, not
he-
Mr. Nixon.
Nixon resigned in
just to be
disgrace.
clear.
But I would ask, you know, besides, so talking about bribery and the salaries, besides the salary as a public servant, did you receive any testimony that Secretary Mayorkas received any financial benefits? Ranking member, Chairman?
No, that's not
No.
in the article. The
Okay,
articles are about
so-
him violating the laws passed by Congress with his
And-
memos and other things.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not even in our article. So
Right.
no, of course not.
Well, yeah, of course not. There was nothing like that.
Yep.
Professor Deborah Pearlstein testified in her testimony, right, ranking member? She says offenses, impeachable offenses against the public trust are instances in which an official is willfully acting for his own benefit or his own power or foreign power. And she found no evidence of any financial benefit flowing for him, no political benefit. In fact, our ranking member has pointed out that this is a thankless job, that he took on a job for which he has been attacked daily out of his love of this country. So I'm struck by a floor speech from the Republican chairman of the Subcommittee on Immigration, Integrity, Security Enforcement, Republican Tom Clintock, who described this attempt to impeach Secretary Mayorkas as a, open quote, perilous path. He said House Resolution 863 would, open quote, utterly destroy the separation of powers at the heart of our Constitution. Ranking Member Thompson, do you want to elaborate on why you think that this is so dangerous to the separation of powers?
Well, you know, the framers of our Constitution, as a number of people have indicated, they spent a lot of time putting this document together. And I think they respect the separation of powers. And so we make the laws. And laws, we pass them on ostensibly for the executive branch to carry forth. In this instance with the secretary, we don't give him enough resources to do a job. So he has to use whatever level that he can to address the problem. And so in trying to address the problem without the proper resources, he's doing the best job he can. But he's not breaking the law. he's just doing the best he can with the resources that Congress has provided. As I said, a majority of our committee who's had an opportunity to vote on provide more resources to the department have voted against providing resources. Now they want to impeach a man for not doing his job when you didn't give him the resources to do it.
So to concur, when you say the majority, Republicans have voted against providing Mayorkas with the resources necessary to do the job. Is that
That's correct.
yes? And as I understand, they've also refused to entertain the supplemental appropriations request sent to the Hill in October. And now, as we've heard, they're trying to sink the bipartisan Senate border bill because Trump told them, sink the bipartisan border bill.
Well, it's disingenuous to say the border is broken and when opportunities to put resources to address those issues, you vote against them. And then we get word that the president, former president, is saying he's against the bipartisan bill, but he's for the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. None of that makes any sense. We have to put resources that our men and women need along the border. The technology is so important. It's a force multiplier for security. In order to do it, we have to invest in it. And at every opportunity, when we don't invest, we make that border a vulnerable situation. The secretary can only do with what the resources we provided.
Yes. So you keep saying it doesn't make any sense, but it does make a very crass political sense. Is if you want to run on this and you want to have the chaos, because Republicans seem to run on chaos. But sadly, we actually do know what an impeachable offense looks like, because the American people lived through what evidence of high crimes and misdemeanors look like. We in this room lived through what evidence of high crimes and misdemeanor looked like when insurrectionists stormed the Capitol, threatened to hang Vice President Pence and kill Speaker Pelosi. They attacked us because Trump wanted to delay certification and in essence overturn the 2020 election. That violent attack on our democracy led to the death of 5 law enforcement officers and seriously injured 140 more officers. That's what an impeachable offense looks like. That's what high crimes and misdemeanors looks like. 179 Republicans voted against impeaching Trump for an insurrection that they witnessed firsthand as they ran for cover or barricaded themselves in their office. And I assume many of those same Republicans will vote for this sham and unprecedented impeachment of a cabinet member where there is no evidence of any financial harm or crime. Mr. Chairman, I asked unanimous consent to enter into the record the January 30th, 2024 Wall Street Journal editorial board's article, "Impeaching Mayorkas achieves nothing. A policy dispute doesn't qualify as a high crime and misdemeanor."
Without objection.
So the op-ed points out that House Republicans, open quote, dislike how the administration is interpreting immigration law. But Congress has failed. So they point out that it's Congress that has failed to reform our immigration laws. As we heard from our ranking member, it's Congress that has failed to provide for the resources that are needed. The op-ed goes on, and the Wall Street Journal is not seen by anybody as, I think, a liberal rag. It's a reputable journal, often described by some as conservative. I'm not taking a stand there. But they end with this sentence: "Grandstanding is easier than governing." And Republicans have to decide whether to accomplish anything other than impeaching Democrats. Grandstanding is easier than governing. I end where I began, that Republicans don't seem to be able to govern. Ranking member pointed out how little legislation has come out of this Congress, pointed out how little legislation has come out of Homeland Security. We need to get back to the business of bipartisan legislation that solves the problems rather than seeking to get camera clicks and impeachment articles written up, where we know they're not going anywhere because there is nothing there. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for whatever questions he may have for the panel.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. Ranking Member Thompson, were you chairman of the January 6th committee?
Yes,
And what was the purpose of that committee?
to look at the facts and circumstances that brought about the actions of January 6th and make recommendations as to Congress and that it would not happen again.
And so it included things up to January 6th and also including the day of January 6th.
That's correct.
Is it true that the Secret Service cell phone records were deleted for that day on January 6th?
I'm not certain that all of them, we had difficulty with getting some of them.
Was your investigation hindered in part by the deletion of those Secret Service text messages?
We could have had a better and more thorough report had we had access to all those records
When did you discover those messages were deleted?
during the course of the investigation.
Who was the Secretary of Homeland Security at that time?
January,
No, when you discovered the messages were deleted.
Alejandro Mayorkas.
Secretary Mayorkas was the Secretary of Homeland Security when you found out those messages were deleted.
Yes, as best I can recollect.
Do you recollect making this statement with Ms. Cheney? And I'll ask to submit this for the record. It's a July 20th, 2022 statement by Thompson and Cheney on the United States Secret Service's response to the Select Committee subpoena. I won't read the whole thing, but here I believe you said, 4 House committees had already sought these critical records from the Department of Homeland Security before the records were apparently lost. Additionally, the procedure for preserving content prior to this purge appears to have been contrary to federal records retention requirements and may represent a possible violation of the Federal Records Act. The Select Committee is seeking additional Secret Service records as well. Every effort must be made to retrieve the lost data as well. Do you still believe there may have been a violation of the Federal Records Act?
Yes,
And when do you think these Secret Service records were deleted?
they were deleted when President Trump was in office. We found out about him later.
So here's a statement of Anthony Guglielmi, Chief of Communications for the United States Secret Service, on accusations of deleted text for DHS Inspector General. I asked unanimous consent to submit this for the record.
Without objection.
And I
ordered.
also asked unanimous consent if I forgot to do it for the Thompson-Cheney statement.
Without objection, so ordered.
So here, this is from the Secret Service themselves. Now, I believe that, before I get into that, I believe there were 4 committees chaired by Democrats who asked for preservation of all communications, including electronic communications, the Secret Service on January 6th. This is relevant because the Secret Service works for Homeland Security, correct?
They're in the Homeland.
Yeah, they're in Homeland Security. Some people may think they're at Treasury, but after 9/11, they were transferred to Homeland Security. So here's what the Secret Service said about those records. It says that the OIG requested the communications on February 26th after the migration was well underway. The Secret Service notified DHS OIG of the loss of certain phones' data, but confirmed to OIG that none of the texts it was seeking had been lost in the migration. I think we later found out they were lost, but what he says is on February 26th, the migration was underway. Didn't say it was complete, said it was underway. Now, Secretary Mayorkas was confirmed on February 2nd. So this would have been 24 days after that the Secret Service themselves is saying they're still in the process of migrating. Now, what the Secret Service claimed is that they switched phones and phone providers and then deleted all of the old phones. But it seems, according to the Secret Service, that they were still in the process of doing that while Secretary Mayorkas was in charge of Homeland Security, which is the umbrella over the Secret Service. So I forgot if I asked you, do you still think it appears that there may have been a violation of the Federal Records Act?
Well, the issue of that with the Secret Service came up when the IG was trying to get access to the record and did not tell us that he was trying to get access to the record. We found that out later in the investigation.
Who kept you from getting access?
Well, to be honest with you, a number of us wrote 4 of us signed a letter asking for that information. But in reality, we were not afforded that opportunity to get it. But at the time we asked for it, the Trump administration was still there as president.
So did Secretary Mayorkas hold anybody accountable for the deletion of those records and those cell phone records?
I'm not aware of it.
Are you still trying to get them from Secretary Mayorkas?
Well, you know, our committee has disbanded.
So you're not interested in that and pursuing that any further. The fact that you said, I'm going to read your words back to you, appears to be contrary to the federal records retention requirements and may represent a possible violation of the Federal Records Act. I think if 4 committees of Congress gave a preservation notice and the Secret Service deleted those communications, that's obstruction of Congress. I think we should still be looking into that, regardless of when we found out about it, and frankly, regardless of who the president is. But it seems to me that Mayorkas hasn't done anything about this. And according to the Secret Service statement from 2022, it looks like they were still in the process of deleting these cell phone records when Mayorkas was secretary. I would hope that he would be as troubled about this as I am. Let me ask you, let me tie this back. Who is responsible on January 6th? Who was responsible for the health and well-being of the incoming vice president?
Of the incoming?
This would be Senator Kamala Harris at the time. She was under the protection of them.
Well, obviously, Secret Service.
Correct, the Secret Service. So where was she on January 6th while all this was going on over at the Capitol?
I don't know.
Do you know there were pipe bombs allegedly present on January 6th?
I know there were 2 pipe bombs, one at the Democratic headquarters and one at the Republican.
So you're in charge of the entire investigation of what happened on January 6th and what led up to January 6th. And you don't know that the vice president was in the incoming vice president was in the DNC when that pipe bomb was sitting there.
I don't, you know, we did not, our investigation was looking at the facts and circumstances. We knew that there were pipe bombs. I'm sure the evidence will say she was wherever she is, but, you know, I'm trying to get to your point.
Okay, well, my point is, if this bomb had gone off just a few feet from her, this could have been the worst assassination since JFK. And I looked at your January 6th report, and can you tell me what you wrote about this pipe bomb and the fact that she was almost blown up that day?
The gentleman yield.
Not right now.
No, it's in the report in terms of the submission. It's not in the 850-page document.
So you guys did, your committee did investigate the pipe bomb or did
No,
not investigate the pipe bomb?
Well, I'm trying to figure out, we're not a criminal investigation. We are, you know, we were an oversight body looking at the facts and circumstances. We were not a criminal body to see who laid the bomb or anything like that.
Okay, I'll give you that, but here's, it seems like a lot of criminal indictments came out of your, the result of your investigation. But here's my concern. So we unearthed a video, I don't know if you've seen it, when that second pipe bomb is found. And the Secret Service, it's a videotape of the DNC, and a person who doesn't have a uniform on, we're told it's a Capitol Hill police officer, found that bomb, walked over to incoming Vice President Kamala Harris's detail, told them there was a pipe bomb. Now, I believe that to be true because I've since talked to the Capitol Police and talked to one of the people on the scene that day. They went over and told the Secret Service detail there was a pipe bomb there. On this video, about 4 minutes elapsed before the Secret Service responds. This is why I'm interested. I know you were very interested at one point in the deletion of these Secret Service text messages, but this is why I am interested. And I would have thought the January 6th committee would have been interested in the two most threatening weapons that were present on January 6th that day. But what happens is a police officer without a uniform on, but must have been known as a police officer to the Secret Service, tells the Secret Service, there's a bomb over here. It takes them 4 minutes for the Secret Service to respond. It takes them 10 minutes to evacuate Kamala Harris, and this bomb is maybe 15 feet from the building that she's in. And this is why I wonder if you're still the least, bit curious about why Secretary Mayorkas has not followed up on the deletion of all these Secret Service texts. Does it bother you that they deleted them?
Well, it bothers me that we did not have access to all the tapes, but it also is within the purview of the OIG. And we don't have any say-so as to what they do until they finish their report. To my knowledge, they've not completed that report.
Well, there were 4 committees, as you told us here, that requested preservation of those Secret Service communications, and they specifically said including electronic communications. And then the Secret Service proceeds to migrate the phones to a different carrier and destroy the phones that were in their possession. Part of this migration, at least part of this migration, happened while Secretary Mayorkas was in charge of the DHS, which is what the Secret Service is part of and reports to. This is concerning to me. I don't know if I would have drafted the same articles of impeachment that we see here today. I think if you gave 435 people the job, you get 435 answers. But one of the things that concerns me greatly is here we had on January 6th, what we are being told are by the FBI and the ATF, viable bombs within just feet of the incoming vice president first African-American female vice president in the history of this country, is within feet of a bomb, a viable bomb, for over an hour. The Secret Service takes forever to respond to it. And here we have Secretary Mayorkas, who was over all of this, not on that day, but I'm not as concerned about that day as I am now about the information we can't get and the information that he hasn't tried to get, as far as I can tell. And I've spoken to the OIG about this. There's apparently it's still the word of the Secret Service that this stuff is deleted and it ain't never coming back, because they didn't just delete the electronics, they destroyed the phones. This is concerning to me. I believe you were correct when you made this joint statement with Ms. Cheney, saying that there was a possible violation of the Federal Records Act. And when there is a possible violation of the Federal Records Act in response to and in contravention of a Preservation Act from Congress, which is trying to investigate this very serious event, I think it's the most serious but least investigated event of January 6th. The fact that there was a pipe bomb just feet from the vice president and the Secret Service. They didn't find it when they swept the area, apparently, and they didn't respond to it for minutes after they heard it was there. But I am concerned that Secretary Mayorkas is either through acts of commission or omission involved in this obstruction of Congress. You said it was a possible violation of the Federal Records Act. I agree with you. I think it is a violation of the Federal Records Act. I don't think we've had such a clear-cut case, and I don't think we've had such a clear-cut case of obstruction. So I think we owe it to the people to get to the bottom of this. Secretary Mayorkas is no help. He's still stymieing the OIG, still claiming that there's no way that you could get these records, these communications. And I think it's a very serious charge. And I would have included it, frankly, myself. We sit here and we ask these questions in these hearings, and they say, oh, Congressman, that's a subject of an ongoing investigation. We cannot answer your question. But when they say that to the OIG, we have another problem. These are the people that are set up to oversee what we're supposed to not be privy to, although I would argue that we should be able to get that too. And I believe that your committee and the other committees, of which there were 4 who asked for these records, were within their rights and obligations to the American people to get those Secret Service cell phone texts, but they apparently don't exist anymore. And they disappeared when Mayorkas was Secretary of Department of Homeland Security. I've got a real problem with that. You want to say anything before I conclude, Mr. Thompson?
Well, I put it to you like that. Chairman Green has subpoena power with our committee. If he wants to look into that, I'll support it.
Are you concerned about the lackadaisical attitude of the Secret, or maybe you haven't seen the video? Have you seen the video of this discovery of the second pipe bomb?
No. Let me just say, a lot of what you said here today, I have not been privy to, but I am of the opinion that if the chairman wants to look into that, you convince him to issue the subpoena, I'll go with him.
If I would like to show you that video at some point. I'm surprised your committee did not find it. I mean, there were 2 bombs that day, and according to FBI and ATF and Capitol Police, they were operable, viable bombs. One of them was just feet from Kamala Harris, who was going to become the Vice President of the United States. And the Secret Service sat there in their patrol car. It looks to me like they finished eating their lunch before they got out to look at it. And then it was 10 minutes. This is all on video. 10 minutes before they got Kamala Harris out of there. And again, it is Secretary Mayorkas who oversaw the production of these documents, these texts, which were never produced. And that's a real problem for me. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for the questions he has for the panel.
I thank the chairman. First, let me just say I'll thank the gentleman, Mr. Massey, for reminding us of one of the darkest days in the history of our republic, January 6th. And by the way, a day that ultimately led to a permissible and appropriate and prudent and necessary impeachment when former President Trump was impeached.
Home, Joe Biden's weakness and open border policies have left our borders wide open. Millions of illegal immigrants have invaded our country due to Joe Biden's open border executive actions. And while Joe Biden and extreme Democrats push non-starter legislation that will only worsen the crisis at our border, House Republicans have already passed H.R. 2, the strongest border package ever. And this week, we will vote to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for his willful and systemic refusal to enforce our immigration laws and breach of public trust. With that, I'm honored to hand it over to our colleague, Congressman Ken Calvert, who serves as the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee Chair to discuss the Israel supplemental bill. Ken.
Thank you, Elise. Appreciate the time. As you're aware, the situation in the Middle East is deteriorating. We must act to shore up our ally, Israel, provide the military and resources that they need, both to protect our own troops and those who are in the region. Last November, as you know, we passed a $14.3 billion aid to Israel. Those resources are unchanged. That included $5.2 billion in missile defense systems such as Iron Dome, David Sling, and
scale releases. The shutdown authority in the bill, you know, you've heard some things said about that, but it's riddled with loopholes. You might not have heard that part. It gives Secretary Mayorkas, who is, of course, one of the chief architects of the catastrophe that we're all dealing with, the authority to undermine that. You can find that on pages 218 and 219 of the bill. Of course, this administration has shown the American people that it will exploit any measure to keep the border open. And the lead Democrat negotiator of this bill made clear to everybody, under this bill, quote, the border never closes. That's what he said, Senator Murphy. In sum, the bill does not secure the border, and it does not prevent illegals from coming into our country. And I don't want to belabor the point every day and repeat the statistics over and over and over, but you all know it well. We've had over 7 million encounters at the border since President Biden took office. We've got over 2 million known gotaways. We got over 300 people who are suspects on the terrorism watch list. They're all in the country. But the scary thing is we don't know who is in the country who came in completely undetected. We don't know how many people snuck over that border, but we know it's a large, large number. And among that number, we don't know how many of them have ill design for our country. How many of them actually are terrorists or want to be terrorists. We don't know how many terrorism cells are set up around the country. We do know that fentanyl is the leading cause of death for Americans age 18 to 49 because it's pouring over the border like an open sewer, as they say all the time. We do know that human trafficking is a scourge that is benefiting the cartels, which are international violent criminal enterprises They're making billions of dollars bringing people into our country because the administration allows it to happen. We know all the problems. We know that the communities are being overwhelmed and flooded, from deep blue cities to rural communities. Every state's a border state. All these things are happening. And the same administration that has refused to enforce our current border laws is rolling out to illegal immigrants this welcome mat, saying, come on in. Everybody can see what's happening here. Nothing less than American sovereignty is at stake. Our nation's sovereignty is what is at stake. This transcends politics. It transcends your political party. Everybody should understand that this is a fundamental responsibility of the federal government to secure the border. If you don't have a secure border, you don't have safety, you don't have security, and you don't have sovereignty. And Republicans simply cannot vote for the bill in good conscience. And that is why I declared it dead on arrival. And it looks like right now it may be in some jeopardy. It may be on life support in the Senate. We welcome that development, because this is a matter that must be addressed in a manner that actually solves the problem. We have been urging from day one, literally the day that I took the gavel in late October, been urging the Senate, urging the White House to consider the provisions of H.R. 2. Why? Because our Secure the Border Act has the necessary components to solve the problem. We restore remain in Mexico, we end catch and release, we reform the asylum broken system, the broken parole process and policy this administration has been pursuing, and we built wall. Those things are necessary to solve the problem, and everybody knows it. It's not Republican talking points, it's the objective fact. We took 64 House Republicans down to the border in January 3rd. I know I sound like a broken record, but you know, the White House doesn't get it. The people in charge in the Senate don't get it. Chuck Schumer doesn't understand it or care. But what we saw with our own two eyes, I don't know when Chuck Schumer went to the border last. I'm not sure he's ever been, but I can tell you what we saw, an absolute humanitarian catastrophe. Broke our hearts and infuriated us at the same time. It cannot continue. And the people on the border who are charged with enforcing it are the ones who told us that those are the necessary components to fix it. That's why we're so insistent about it. The supplemental seems to be on life support in the Senate. We just can't wait any longer. And so that's why you heard that we're going to move forward on the Israel package, the clean standalone. And the reason we have to do that is because, as Ken Calvert explained, and Elise and Tom have said here this morning, this is a dire situation. We passed the Israel with a pay for early. I think it was maybe on the day 2 that I had the gavel, very early in my leadership as speaker, and we put a pay for on it. That's a really important principle. The ground and set a new standard here that supplemental spending has to be paid for, because we also have a $34 trillion federal debt. But we understand now that in the couple of months that have transpired since we passed that the first time, this situation has gotten much more dangerous. The heat has been turned up, and in that theater there, in that region, it's a very, very serious matter. We need to stand with Israel right now, and we cannot wait any longer. And that's why, as desperate times call for desperate measures, that's exactly what we're going to do. I want to say that also last night, the president shockingly threatened a veto of a standalone Israel bill. Now, everybody remember, the number that we're sending over there is exactly what the president himself requested, $14.3 billion, with the addition that Ken Calvert just explained for the extra rebuilding the stockpiles and replenishing our munitions as well. So we're sending the president, don't lose this fact, exactly what he asked for. And he's saying he's going to veto that? Israel is our closest ally and friend in the Middle East, and one of our closest in history. Our nations are inextricably linked because of our joint Judeo-Christian heritage and our traditions and the great love that we have for our friends and allies there. And it is outrageous and shameful that the President of the United States would suggest that he would veto support for them in their hour of greatest need. Israel is fighting for their right to exist as a nation. And the President of the United States wants to play games with us? I don't think so. I don't think the American people are going to go along with that. And I hope they let him hear that. Betray our closest ally at the worst possible time. The president is playing games with a lot of things. And I want to say this too, and I'll take questions. When it comes to the border, the president has suggested over and over for the last couple of weeks that, gosh golly, I wish Congress could act and give me some authority to do something. He knows that's not true. He knows it. His staff knows it. Chuck Schumer knows it. Everybody in this building knows the president has extensive statutory authority right now to take executive action, and he will not do it. He can end, catch, and release. Title 8 of the U.S. Code, Section 1225, has many of these provisions, and there are others, but he could end, catch, and release right now with a stroke of a pen. He could restore remain in Mexico with a stroke of a pen. By the way, on the border on our trip, they told us that the top officials at Border Patrol said if the president would sign that executive order and restore remain in Mexico, it will reduce the flow by 70% over the border. 70%. He won't do it. He could enter into asylum cooperative agreements with other nations. He could end the parole abuses, of course. He could detain inadmissible aliens. He could use expedited removal for people, criminals, right? He could rein in taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens. All these billions of dollars that we're all being required to spend, and communities at the national, state, federal level, all around. He could do that right now, but he won't. He could issue a ban to restrict the entry of any category of aliens or all illegal aliens that he wanted. Let me read you that provision. Everybody Google this. You can check it out. It's 8 U.S.C. 1182F. We also call it Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act. And this is what it says. It empowers the president, quote, to suspend the entry of all aliens or any class of aliens as immigrants or non-immigrants, or impose on the entry of aliens any restrictions he may deem appropriate. If the president finds, this is a quote, that the entry of any aliens or any class of aliens into the United States would be detrimental to the interest of the United States, unquote. That is what the law says. Been used many times by previous administrations. It was used many times by the Obama administration that Joe Biden was a part of, but this afternoon he wants us to believe that he doesn't really have that authority. It's not really there. Everybody can find it. Go read it for yourself. We're at our wits' end here. The nation is struggling with all the terrible societal ills that have come with this open border. It is unacceptable. We cannot allow this to continue anymore. And while Congress debates and deliberates and we try to work on some enhancements to the law, we're insistent that it's not necessary. The reason we passed H.R. 2, the reason we made that one of our signature pieces of legislation at the beginning of this Congress when the Republicans took over is because we knew that President Biden was doing the opposite of the law and that we were going to try to tighten as much as we could. And those provisions are important, but again, they're not necessary to stop the problem right now. The president knows it, the authority exists, and we'll continue to remind the American people that it's one individual, the commander-in-chief, the most powerful political figure in this country, who could end the catastrophe that he specifically, and we believe intentionally, created. With that, I'll take questions. Chad.
Good morning, thank you. You said you were going to work on Ken Buck over the weekend. He's a no. Mr. McClintock has expressed reservations about this as well. Do you respect their views when they say they don't think that this is right to go ahead and try to impeach Mayorkas, when someone like Mike Gallagher says this opens up Pandora's box? I mean, or are they making a good case?
Yeah, Mike Gallagher and Tom McClintock and others who have been very thoughtful and deliberate about this heavy decision are some of my closest friends and men that I dearly respect. I spoke to both of them this morning at great length. And I, you know, my background's in constitutional law, and I've served on the impeachment defense team for President Trump twice. I'm very familiar with the law. I'm very familiar with the legal standard. And we had some very thoughtful intellectual discussion with those two gentlemen this morning. Listen, I respect everybody's view on it. I understand the heavy weight that impeachment is, as I've said many times, and y'all have heard me say, next to the declaration of war, I believe impeachment is probably the heaviest authority that the House is given in the Constitution. We carry that weight very carefully. What I will say about this on the Mayorkas impeachment is that the Homeland Security Committee did an extraordinary job, a very deliberate job, as you know, over a long period of time in 5 different phases, investigating the various things that Secretary Mayorkas has been charged with. And ultimately, when you talk about the breach of public trust, when you talk about a secretary who has openly lied before the Congress, right? He stood in front of us and me personally and said things that he knows are not true. When he has engaged in a complete dereliction of duty, and moreover, he has willfully defied existing federal statutes and laws and things that are incumbent upon him, his duty under the laws of the country. He refuses to enforce. There is no other measure for Congress to take but this one. It's an extreme measure. We do not take it lightly, and I respect the conscience of everyone and how they vote. But I would tell you, I am convinced that this individual, I'm not the greatest historian and scholar, but I am a student of history. And I'll tell you, in my review and my understanding and everything I've known and read and studied over the years, I don't believe there's ever been a cabinet secretary who was so blatantly, openly, willfully, and without remorse did exactly the opposite of what the federal law requires them to do. It's an extreme measure, but extreme times call for extreme measures. Second, right here.
Mr. Speaker, you said that the supplemental deal doesn't go far enough. If House Republicans reject a deal that presumably has the support of the Senate and President and unbundle it, how do you have any leverage to go forward on Republican border priorities? What would be the path forward after that?
Well, we'll see how all that develops. I mean, I don't know. This is developing by the hour now on the Senate side. I'm not sure how that's going to go. I believe that they're going to try the test vote on Wednesday, but we'll see how that goes. If ultimately they send that bill over, we will. I'm not going to put it on the floor in its current form. I've already said that. They're talking about amending it over there. We'll see how that happens. I'm not going to prejudge the outcome, but I'll tell you, we have been working on this in our committees of jurisdiction and as a full body, the House Republicans. Of course, again, we passed H.R. 2, 9 months ago. It's been sitting on Chuck Schumer's desk collecting dust, and that's our position. And again, I explained here in some detail this morning, as you've heard me say many times, this is not for political purposes. It's not messaging points. These are the components that are necessary to solve the problem. If you leave open a gaping loophole, if you give extraordinary authority as in the Senate's bill, to the very architect of the catastrophe, and you say, hey, you have the legal authority to just waive this. You have broad discretionary authority as the secretary of the department to change it at will, effectively. It will do no good. And by the way, even if Congress could concoct both houses of Congress and send to the president's desk for signature the greatest border security measure that has ever been designed, we have no faith that Secretary Mayorkas, of course, would enforce it. He doesn't enforce the laws that are on the books now. And that's why the executive authority and the use of it is so critically important, and why the American people are counting on the president to do something. Break the glass, sir. We had 302,000 illegal aliens encountered at the border in December alone. The January numbers are going to be staggering. We're setting new records as we go. If this is not a break the glass moment, I don't know what is. Far end over here.
On Ukraine and Israel, you have one country that's been credibly accused of war crimes in its offensive war. You have another country that has undoubtedly had war crimes and atrocities committed against it. Why is it important to fund one more than the other? And if the Senate sends back Ukraine aid twinned with Israel aid, what will you do with that bill?
I don't expect that that's going to happen at this point, but we have to deal with these measures and these issues independently and separately. I think that they merit that. I think they deserve that. What's happening in Israel right now, I mean, I don't have to explain to everyone here how the temperature's been turned up in the region, how we're now retaliating against Iran, at least as proxies in the region, and we have some disputes about the best approach to that as well. But we have lost 3 troops in the last week and a half. We lost 2 Navy SEALs the week before that. I mean, it's a very dangerous region, and we have troops in harm's way, our own troops there right now in harm's way, in addition to Israel being under extreme stress and assault. We still have hostages. We're going to have some of the hostage families here in the next couple of hours, as well as the Speaker of the Knesset, my colleague over there, Speaker Ohana, and Ambassador Herzog and others. So this is an ongoing thing that I believe Israel needs to be decoupled from the border debate and all the rest of this, and taken care of, to get that one off the table, and then we'll deal with these deliberate matters. They're important. We'll deliberate with them piece by piece. Let me go front row. Yeah.
Follow up on that. You said a few months ago that you wanted to see a bipartisan agreement on border security and additional aid to Ukraine. Senators said that they did that. So why the reversal now? And if the Senate deal is dead here in the House, what is the path forward on additional aid to Ukraine?
I just explained at the outset here that they actually did not do what you just said we were expecting and had hoped. They did not send us a border security measure. They didn't. They sent us a supplemental funding proposal that has immigration reform, but not real border security reform. And so that's why it's a non-starter. They did not fulfill the requirements and the needs of the country. And that's why we have a responsibility to do something different. We'll talk about the Ukraine measure going forward. That's not been abandoned, but there's a lot more work that needs to be done with regard to what the answers that the White House needs to provide us. End game, strategy, accountability for the funding, All of these very specific details that the House is required to consider when we make such heavy decisions. And we'll continue that. We'll continue seeking the answers from the White House, and we'll process it as we go. Thank you all this morning. That's the last question. And we have troops in harm's way, our own troops there right now in harm's way, in addition to Israel being under extreme stress and assault. We still have hostages. We're going to have some of the hostage families here in the next couple of hours, as well as the Speaker of the Knesset, my colleague over there, Speaker Ohana, and Ambassador Herzog and others. So this is an ongoing thing that I believe Israel needs to be decoupled from the border debate and all the rest of this, and taken care of, to get that one off the table, and then we'll deal with these deliberate matters. They're important. We'll deliberate with them piece by piece. Let me go front row. Yeah.
Follow up on that. You said a few months ago that you wanted to see a bipartisan agreement on border security and additional
We'll talk about the Ukraine measure going forward. That's not been abandoned, but there's a lot more work that needs to be done with regard to what the answers that the White House needs to provide us. End game, strategy, accountability for the funding, all of these very specific details that the House is required to consider when we make such heavy decisions. And we'll continue that. We'll continue seeking the answers from the White House, and we'll process it as we go. Thank you all this morning. That's the last question. Proposal that has immigration reform, but not real border security reform. And so that's why it's a non-starter. They did not fulfill the requirements and the needs of the country. And that's why we have a responsibility to do something different. We'll talk about the Ukraine measure going forward. That's not been abandoned, but there's a lot more work that needs to be done with regard to what the answers that the White House needs to provide us. End game, strategy, accountability for the funding, all of these very specific details that the House is required to consider when we make such heavy decisions. And we'll continue that. We'll continue seeking the answers from the White House, and we'll process it as we go. Thank you all this morning. That's the last question. Nation is struggling with all the terrible societal ills that have come with this open border. It is unacceptable We cannot allow this to continue anymore. And while Congress debates and deliberates and we try to work on some enhancements to the law, we're insistent that it's not necessary. The reason we passed H.R. 2, the reason we made that one of our signature pieces of legislation at the beginning of this Congress when the Republicans took over is because we knew that President Biden was doing the opposite of the law and that we were going to try to tighten as much as we could. And those provisions are important, but again, they're not necessary to stop the problem right now. The president knows it, the authority exists, and we'll continue to remind the American people that it's one individual, the commander-in-chief, the most powerful political figure in this country, who could end the catastrophe that he specifically, and we believe intentionally, created. With that, I'll take questions. Chad.
Good morning, thank you. You said you were going to work on Ken Buck over the weekend. He's a no. Mr. McClintock has expressed reservations about this as well. Do you respect their views when they say they don't think that this is right to go ahead and try to impeach Mayorkas, when someone like Mike Gallagher says this opens up Pandora's box? I mean, or are they making a good case?
Yeah, Mike Gallagher and Tom McClintock and others who have been very thoughtful and deliberate about this heavy decision are some of my closest friends and men that I dearly respect. I spoke to both of them this morning at great length. And I, my background's in constitutional law, and I've served on the impeachment defense team for President Trump twice. I'm very familiar with the law. I'm very familiar with the legal standard. And we had some very thoughtful intellectual discussion with those two gentlemen this morning. Listen, I respect everybody's view on it. I understand the heavy weight that impeachment is, as I've said many times, and y'all have heard me say, next to the declaration of war, I believe impeachment is probably the heaviest authority that the House is given in the Constitution. We carry that weight very carefully. What I will say about this on the Mayorkas impeachment is that the Homeland Security Committee did an extraordinary job, a very deliberate job, as you know, over a long period of time in 5 different phases, investigating the various things that Secretary Mayorkas has been charged with. And ultimately, when you talk about the breach of public trust, when you talk about a secretary who has openly lied before the Congress, right?
To recommit.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, asking unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
So, without objection.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 996, providing for the consideration of 2 measures, H.R. 485 and H.Res. 863. The rule provides for the consideration of H.R. 485 under a structured rule with 1 hour of debate, and H.Res. 863 under a closed rule with 2 hours of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee of Jurisdiction or their designees. The rule provides for 1 motion to recommit for H.R. 485. The rule also deems passed H.Res. 995, which appoints the impeachment managers. I would also like to mention that all amendments offered to H.R. 485 were made in order. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the rule and the underlying bills. H.Res. 863, impeaching Alejandro Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Security, for high crimes and misdemeanors, and H.R. 485, the Protecting Healthcare for All Patients Act of 2023. Today, this body begins consideration of one of its most solemn constitutional duties, the consideration of articles of impeachment against a federal official. House Resolution 863, impeaching Alejandro Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security, for high crimes and misdemeanors, includes 2 articles of impeachment: willful and systematic refusal to comply with the law and breach of the public trust. On February 2nd, 2021, Alejandro Mayorkas was sworn in as the 7th United States Secretary of Homeland Security by Vice President Kamala Harris. On this day, Secretary Mayorkas solemnly swore to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. He swore that he took this sacred obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and swore to faithfully discharge the duties of the office. Mr. Speaker, I submit to you that this oath of office, sworn on February 2nd, 2021, has indeed been broken. Since President Biden took office, United States Customs and Border Protection has encountered more than 7 million illegal migrants along the southwest border. 3.3 million have been released into the United States interior, including 312 individuals on the terrorist screening data set. In 2003, Customs and Border Protection encountered over 2.5 million illegal migrants attempting to cross the United States southern border. That's an all-time high for a fiscal year. In December alone, Customs and Border Protection encountered 302,000 illegal migrants attempting to cross the United States southern border, the highest number of unlawful migrant crossings in a single month in recorded history. Mr. Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas has shown willful and systematic refusal to comply with the law time and again. He has willfully refused to comply with numerous detention requirements spelled out in the Immigration and Nationality Act, but has instead implemented a mass catch and release program whereby apprehended illegal migrants are released into the interior of the country without any effective way to ensure their return before an immigration court. Mr. Secretary Mayorkas has also willfully misused parole authority and laid out in the Immigration and Nationality Act that permits parole to be granted only on a case-by-case basis, temporarily, and for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit. Mr. Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas has not only failed his solemn statutory duty to control and guard the border of the United States, to protect and defend his country and the Constitution, but he's also breached the public trust. Secretary Mayorkas has willfully failed to put in place or enforce initiatives that he abandoned that would enable the Department of Homeland Security to maintain operational control of our southwest border. He has also breached the trust of Congress and the American people by knowingly making false statements about the results of his refusal to comply with the law. The American people, and certainly those that I represent in Texas, have had enough of the Secretary's lies. Despite undeniable evidence that his gross negligence towards securing our southern border is endangering American families and communities across the country, Secretary Mayorkas thinks what he is doing is just fine, but he could not be more wrong. Contrary to what the Secretary says, the border is not secure. America is in fact less safe because of his negligence and because of his numerous failures. Since Secretary Mayorkas will not resign, Congress must take this action. Every day that Secretary Mayorkas remains as the head of the Department of Homeland Security is another day of pathetic disservice to the American people. Mr. Speaker, many of us have been to the border. I've been many times, and I've seen how understaffed and under-resourced and unsupported Customs and Border Protection is. My friends on the other side of the aisle might have you believe it's not because of a lack of funding. While more funding may be helpful for better technology or building and repairing the border wall, it will not make up for the time spent by Customs and Border Patrol agents at the funerals of their coworkers or time spent wondering if they are next. It's shameful that these brave men and women aren't getting the support that they need. The Biden administration's policy of open borders and amnesty is killing Americans, and Alejandro Mayorkas, whose primary job it is to secure the homeland, refuses to do his job. The worsening conditions of the men and women who have sworn to protect our border and actually honored that oath is unacceptable. We must hold those accountable who have willfully refused to honor their oath. Mr. Speaker, this rule also allows for consideration of H.R. 485, Protecting Healthcare for All Patients Act, that I introduced along with Chairwoman McGorris Rogers of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Chairman Smith, and my friend from Ohio, Dr. Winstrup. This bill aims to preserve access to life-saving cures and to prevent discrimination for Americans with disabilities. I practiced medicine for nearly 30 years. I treated each patient as a human being, not just a diagnosis. Quality-adjusted life years measurements are cruel and hinder the physician's ability to care for and treat all patients with dignity. The government should never be able to decide or determine the value of a life to approve or deny care. Mr. Speaker, many years ago, the Affordable Care Act banned Medicare from using quality-adjusted life years, a metric often used in cost-effective analyses, widely known to discriminate against people with disabilities. The purpose of the quality-adjusted life year metric assigns a person living with a disability a lower value of a year of life than a person who is considered to be in good health. The quality-adjusted life year often fails to consider outcomes meaningful to patients, such as the impact on the ability to work, on the impact on caregiving needs. In a quality-adjusted life year-based assessment, a person living with conditions like heart disease, ALS, or sickle cell disease will be considered to be of less worth than someone else. Often, quality-adjusted life years are used by countries that have government-controlled healthcare systems to devalue treatment for those with chronic conditions and disabilities. This concept has been pushed by socialist healthcare advocates for years. Thankfully, the United States of America has not fallen totally prey to these harmful ideologies, at least not yet. I would like to remind my friends on the other side of the aisle that the first quality-adjusted life year ban within the Affordable Care Act passed with strong Democrat support. Therefore, this bill should be passed with strong Democrat support as well. It is not the government's place to determine whether a person living with a chronic condition or a disability is of less worth. This is why we need to prohibit the use of quality-adjusted life years in all federal programs and ensure that all human life has inherent value. Republicans will continue to work to reduce the government's hand in healthcare, and I urge colleagues to join us in supporting H.R. 485. Mr. Speaker, I stand in strong support of the rule and the underlying bills, urge my fellow members to support the rule, and I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. This impeachment resolution was supposed to be our second rule of the day. We had an emergency meeting last week in the Rules Committee about fixing salt. Everybody hurry up, it's an emergency. Better do it right away so we can vote quickly. And then, get this, then last night, a change was made to pull their emergency bill from the schedule. It was such an emergency that Republicans decided it's not an emergency at all. So not only did their bill not even fix the problem that they themselves created, it's not even going to come to the floor now because of their inability to govern. This majority is so incompetent, they couldn't even manufacture a fake vote to pretend New York Republicans are good at legislating. We wasted hours last Thursday at the Rules Committee debating a rule that's now been pulled from consideration. And for what? Will the gentleman from Texas tell us next time? Will the gentleman from Texas tell us next that he's glad he had to sit through a hearing on a rule his leadership can't even bring up because they're so bad at governing? This Republican-led House is an unmitigated disaster. I would say it's a clown show, but that would be a disservice to actual working clowns. And that brings us to the second emergency rule. Mr. Speaker, impeachment is one of the most solemn, serious, somber things that we can do in this body. It's not something that ought to get thrown around lightly or invoked when you disagree with someone, or you don't like their policies, or you think they're doing a bad job. It's something that should happen after a grave constitutional offense has been committed, a crime against the Republic. The founders in Article 1 reserve it only for treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. And so today, I'm very confused. because our Republican colleagues have presented zero evidence for impeachment. This could be the first time in American history an impeachment will go to the floor of the United States House of Representatives with no evidence, no proof, no elements of a crime, nothing at all. And you don't have to take my word for it. Listen to the lead Republican for immigration policy, our colleague Tom McClintock. And he says, and I quote, "The problem is the articles fail to identify an impeachable crime that Mayorkas has committed. In effect, they stretch and distort the Constitution in order to hold the administration accountable," end quote. Another Republican, Ken Buck, says, and I quote, "Secretary Mayorkas did not commit an impeachable offense and is not guilty of high crimes or misdemeanors," end quote. These are not my words. These are your fellow colleagues, Mr. Speaker, openly admitting that these vague, unprecedented articles of impeachment trivialize this process and make a total mockery of this institution. And what does this impeachment have to do with fixing our challenges at the border? Nothing at all. They say this is about securing the border. And their plan to secure the border is to impeach the guy responsible for securing the border and replace him with, now wait for this, wait for it, they aren't sure. The chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security couldn't tell us during our Rules Committee meeting who will replace Secretary Mayorkas if he were removed. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. For months and months and months, Republicans have said that they would shut down the government, they would default on our debt, refuse to do anything unless we passed a border bill. Well, good news. Senate Republicans worked out a border bill, and the person who negotiated it for Republicans, Senator Langford, was someone Donald Trump endorsed. Donald Trump said, and I quote, "The Senator Langford is strong on the border," end quote. So I'm shocked by the Republican rejection of Senator Langford's bill. Before we even saw what was in it, before the ink was even dry on the discussion draft, Donald Trump came out and he ordered them to kill it. He ordered them to do nothing to fix our broken immigration system. They'd rather let chaos prevail than work with Democrats to have a conversation about a path forward. Because here's the truth. Here's the truth, Mr. Speaker. Republicans simply do not want to participate in government. They want to create chaos, they want to create confusion, and they want to create a campaign issue for Donald Trump going into the next election. They're not interested in solving problems. They only want to gain power. And that's the real dereliction of duty here. House Republicans' refusal to address our challenges at the border because Donald Trump told them he wants a crisis so he can help his campaign, so he can hide from his crimes. Well, they own this now. Republicans own this now. They own the border. They own the fentanyl crisis. They own it all because they refuse to behave like adults. They're acting like spoiled, rotten children who got what they want and still can't take yes for an answer. But they own all of this now. And if anyone needs more proof than that, look no further than the sponsor of this resolution, Marjorie Taylor Greene, a MAGA extremist who amplifies Holocaust deniers, who said 9/11 was a hoax, who says wildfires are started by Jewish space lasers. That's the legislative and intellectual force behind this impeachment resolution. In fact, if it passes, she's going to be an impeachment manager on the floor of the United States Senate. God help us. It's just more proof that this is fraudulent, unconstitutional garbage. But Donald Trump wants another fraudulent impeachment, another distraction from his own legal troubles, another excuse to kill a bipartisan border deal instead of working across the aisle to get something done. So here we are, because Trump calls the shots around here. He directed Speaker Johnson and extreme MAGA Republicans not to work with Democrats to address challenges at the border. And you know, one thing we know, Republicans, work for Trump, not for you, the voters. They worship and they work for Donald Trump, who doesn't care about anybody but himself. They are frightened to death of the former president. Secretary Mayorkas, Mr. Speaker, is a good man, a decent man, someone who is trying to do his job, despite the fact that Republicans refuse to give him the tools needed to do what they are asking him to do. He's an honorable public servant who respects law enforcement and takes seriously his oath of office and his obligation to uphold and enforce the law. And in smearing his good name, Republicans are only impeaching themselves and showing what all their rhetoric about the border has been nothing more than a bunch of BS. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to recognize a fellow member of the Rules Committee, fellow Texan, Mr. Chip Roy, for 10 minutes.
For 10 minutes. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 10 minutes.
Well, I thank my friend from Texas, and I get no great joy of being on the floor of the House of Representatives and talking about something as important and solemn as the removal of a secretary of one of our departments, particularly one as important as the department that is in charge of Homeland Security. This is an individual who was appointed and then confirmed by the United States Senate. And this is one of the highest charges we have as members of the United States House of Representatives. The charge by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, particularly the ranking member on the Rules Committee, that this is a political exercise or that there are individuals taking, quote, orders from former President Trump, I think indicates the extent to which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle desperately want to make this political. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle desperately want to take the abject and total failure of Democrat leadership on the southern border, resulting in death and destruction of the American people, the undermining of economic activity, the death of our children, fentanyl pouring into schools, ranchers who are getting absolutely decimated, the empowerment of cartels, the empowerment of China. This has all happened at record levels, record numbers. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know this. So they're desperately trying to deflect to legislation that was political and never had a chance to move from the Senate to the House, never had a chance to move, but they want to be able to deflect. They want to deflect an entire conversation about the failures of President Biden and the failures of Secretary Mayorkas to secure the border by not having a serious conversation about why we would be bringing articles of impeachment against a sitting secretary. The reason is simple. The Secretary of Homeland Security has blatantly ignored the laws of the United States he is charged to faithfully execute. He has done so with reckless abandon. He has done so in a way that has led directly to the death of American citizens, to the death of the very migrants that the Secretary suggests they want to try to help. 1,000 migrants along the southwest border last year dead. 53 migrants in a tractor trailer in San Antonio last year in the district where I represent. 75,000 Americans dead from fentanyl poisonings last year. These numbers are off the charts at levels we've never seen before, and they are the direct result of the policies enacted by the Biden administration, but very specifically by the Secretary of Homeland Security. It is his leadership of that department that has led to an abject failure of the department to secure the border. It is not the line men and women of the Border Patrol or ICE who are out there trying to do their job, but they're being denied the ability to do their job because the Secretary won't let them. The Secretary has turned them into processing machines. He's done so intentionally to flood the zone, and they basically acknowledged that. He's turned the law upside down, that the basic law requiring that they have operational control of the border, that we stop the flow, that you have papers coming to the United States, has been turned upside down. And in its place, the administration, and specifically Secretary Mayorkas, has used exceptions to swallow the rule. Exceptions for asylum, exceptions under parole that are supposed to be on a case-by-case basis, based on our benevolence as human beings to try to help people, bipartisan desire to do so has been made to swallow the rule of actual border security. And as a result, the numbers have been astounding. And a key consideration, of course, are the types of individuals that are coming into the United States. We're not talking about some workers who want to go from Nuevo Laredo to Laredo or Juarez to El Paso. We're talking about dangerous individuals garage in New York by migrant gangs dragged through the streets of New York. We have all sorts of danger to the American people. People like a cheerleader getting killed in Texas by somebody here illegally. An illegal who posed as an unaccompanied child who lived with a family in Florida and then killed the family. That's what we have happening in the United States of America, and it is directly a consequence of a Secretary of Homeland Security who is failing to secure the homeland, as he is charged to do when he takes an oath to fulfill his duty to carry out the laws of the United States. If the Attorney General just went out and ordered all the United States attorneys and prosecutors and assistant U.S. attorneys to stop enforcing the law, allow reckless abandon, he should be impeached. That is, in fact, a high crime and misdemeanor. And this is where I disagree with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and a few, I think, on my side of the aisle. This notion of high crimes and misdemeanors and what it includes or does not include, but it most certainly includes officials in the administration, the executive branch, who are completely refusing to carry out their duty. It's literally his job is to secure the homeland. And he's refusing to do it. The fact of the matter is, some of my colleagues that have concerns about issues of maladministration and so forth, if you believe this is maladministration, I do not. I think it goes beyond maladministration. It is the purposeful, willing, ignoring of the law to endanger the American people that goes beyond maladministration. But even if you accept the notion that it is maladministration, I keep hearing people say, well, the founders rejected maladministration. Well, the fact of the matter is, Colonel Mason put it forward. Mr. Gary put it forward. He seconded it. Mr. Madison raised a concern. Said a term would be equivalent to a tenure during pleasure of the Senate. There was some debate. Governor Morris, Colonel Mason withdrew maladministration. There was no vote. There was no affirmative rejection of it. It was a debate. They withdrew. And instead, in its place, he substituted, the language was not there at the time, other high crimes and misdemeanors. Okay, now you go back and say, well, what does that mean? Well, I wasn't there. You go back and look. There are debates about what it meant. But one thing is, British common law had developed a definition of high crimes and misdemeanors that included, but was not limited to maladministration. Now, this is a debate worthy of academic debate. But the fact is, it is up to us. There are no elements of the crime in the Constitution. There is no specific requirement that there be a violation of statute. There's no mens rea in the Constitution. It is for us and us alone to determine. And when the secretary violates his duty to the Constitution, violates his oath to defend the people of the United States and secure the homeland, then it is incumbent upon this body to call out and reject that secretary. And in this case, that secretary being Secretary Mayorkas. There are other tools at our disposal, but there are not many. We have the power of the purse. We should use it. That is a speech for another time. But one last point on this notion that somehow by rejecting the bill that the Senate was debating, and by the way, has not sent to us, the Senate is merely debating it. They're not even debating it yet. They haven't even proceeded to it yet. They haven't even gotten past cloture on proceeding to it yet. Why? Because it is fundamentally flawed. The bill does not do what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were suggesting it does. So I'm sorry, you're getting punched in the head 10 times My colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to say, well, sorry, we'll just start punching you in the head 5 times. Why won't you take that half a loaf? I'm sorry, that's not how that works. That's not what we're here to do. We're here to actually stop the flow. And that bill was flawed. It would have set essentially in permanent stone, effectively, mass migration. It has 250,000 visas, 250,000 work permits. It ensconces alternatives to detention as part of how the releases would work for asylum claims. It would spend $4 billion to hire up new asylum officers by this administration, by this secretary, who has the power right now to stop this flow but refuses to use it. The President of the United States could use 212F right now and stop the flow. The Secretary could apply the laws the way they're supposed to be applied with respect to asylum and parole, and he could stop it right now but refuses to do so. We're here to defend the people of the United States who don't have a voice. We're here to stand up for the forgotten men and women of this country who are tired of getting rolled over. That's why we're here. And the Secretary of Homeland Security deserves to be held to account. I rise in support. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The
I'll
gentleman
reserve.
from Texas reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Texas just took almost 10 minutes, 10 minutes of my life, which I'll never get back, and still didn't get it right, which is basically that this move to impeach Secretary Mayorkas is a sham. There's, there's no basis for this. And just because you don't like the guy, you disagree with the policies of this administration, is not a reason, is not a high crime misdemeanor, is not a reason to move forward on impeachment. I'm listening to the gentleman and also my colleague from Texas. Republicans are really good about complaining about things, about talking about what the problems are. We agree with some of the things that have been highlighted that they are problems. What my Republican friends are not really good at is actually solving a problem or getting to yes on anything. The gentleman from Texas said, we were asked to consider a Senate bill that the Senate hasn't acted on yet. But wait a minute, the Speaker of this House of Representatives has already said we will not have a vote on here in this House, no matter what happens in the United States Senate. And Donald Trump, the guy you're all afraid of, has been making calls saying, you better not do this. You better not do this. And the author of this Senate bill, again, I haven't read it all. There's lots of stuff in it that give me heartburn from what I can tell. But the guy who wrote it was a senator from Oklahoma who Donald Trump says is strong on the border. And so I will repeat what I said before. What we are doing today does nothing to help anything at the border. Not a thing. Not one thing. Any opportunity to do something requires working in a bipartisan way to move a bill forward, which apparently my Republican friends here in the House do not want to do. And that's a shame. But here's the deal. You now own this. This is a problem that you are maintaining, that you have deliberately decided that you will own, because you will do nothing. You are blocking any attempt for any kind of legislation to come to this floor that has a chance of passing in a bipartisan way and getting signed into law. You would do it. Even the Border Patrol Union has endorsed what the Senate's doing. Again, I haven't read the whole thing yet. I bet you none of you have either. But even before the ink was dried on the draft copy, Trump gave you the orders to kill it. And that's where we are. So, complaining about a problem, I get it. Maybe it used to be good politics, but here's what I'm predicting. The American people are watching. They're now seeing how this works. If we want to build, we want to work in a bipartisan way, then there is a bipartisan coalition that develops in the Senate, led by a very conservative Republican senator, and they come up with a bill, and as soon as they do, no, we don't want to solve the problem. We want to continue the problem for political purposes. So now you own all of this. You own all of this. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from New Mexico, member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
before I recognize the lady, I'd just like to remind members to address their comments to the chair. The chair recognizes the lady from New Mexico for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, reasonable Republicans and even the Wall Street Journal editorial board have written that this impeachment does not qualify as high crimes and misdemeanors. The board wrote, and I quote, "Grandstanding is easier than governing, and Republicans have to decide whether to accomplish anything other than impeaching Democrats." And I quote again, "Impeaching him accomplishes nothing beyond political symbolism," end quote. That's right. It's political symbolism. It's political theater. Our immigration system is broken. We've been saying it, and we have been offering up bipartisan solutions that Republicans have refused to take up. They just blew up a bipartisan deal in the Senate. They've refused to provide Secretary Mayorkas the resources and legal changes he needs to reform the immigration system so our border is secure, our policies are humane, and our country is richer thanks to the immeasurable contributions of our immigrant workforce. Instead, we have a clown show directed by Marjorie Taylor Greene. If we vote for this sham impeachment in the House, she will have the power to march over to the Senate and stop all their work. She'll stop work on a budget that we need to keep our government open. She'll stop work on the farm bill, which my rural communities need. She'll stop work on policies to lower costs and expand the middle class. Extreme Republicans have answered the Wall Street Journal's question. Do they want to govern? They don't want to govern. They want chaos. Chaos at the border, chaos in Congress. They put chaos over people. They always put politics over people. We cannot trust them to reform our immigration system in a bipartisan manner. They continue to use immigration as a political bulldozer to destroy and divide. Their abuse of the solemn impeachment process shows us we cannot trust them with our Constitution. We cannot trust them. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll give myself a minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
What is needed is border security. What is needed is border protection. Immigration reform can come later, after border security is established. So discussion about what's happening over in the Senate, to me, until you get the border secured, you have no opportunity to discuss any type of immigration reform. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Serves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
You're up.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the gentleman from Texas. Do you agree or disagree that we know that to change enforcement, we must change the law? I'm happy to yield to the gentleman. I mean, does he agree that we need to change the law if we're going to change enforcement?
I would recommend, if the gentleman yield, I would recommend to the gentleman that you enforce existing law as a starting point.
Yeah, but I'm using your words, Dr. Burgess, from 6/18/2018, and you said we know that we need to change enforcement. We know that to change enforcement, we must change the law. And then you go on to talk about immigration bills that we might consider in Congress and talk about the importance of legislation, and this is how democracy works. So, I mean, the bottom line is, Republicans are really good at complaining, but they're not so good at legislating. They're not so good at getting things done. And when things begin to move in a direction when we may get something done, then they back away and they say no. They can't get to yes on anything. Well, that's not leadership. That's not governing. That's quite frankly incompetence. I mean, when Trump was president, my friends were saying one thing. But when Biden's president, they say another thing. But the bottom line is that if we're going to get something done, we need to come together in a bipartisan way. That's what has begun to happen over in the Senate. And for the life of me, I do not understand why the Speaker of the House of Representatives, why my colleagues on the Republican side, one after another, do not want to do anything. Well, you know what? If you do not want to do anything, that must mean you're satisfied with the status quo and you own this problem. This is a problem of your creation because we're trying to fix it and we're trying to work in a bipartisan way. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I'll offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 12, a bill that would ensure every American has full access to essential reproductive health care, including abortion care. Far too many states have enacted laws to either ban some or all abortions, which many Republicans have declared numerous times is their goal. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And to discuss our proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Sherfilis McCormick.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 12, the Women's Health Protection Act of 2023. As a woman, a mother of 2 teenagers, and as a member of Congress, I was proud to co-sponsor this legislation and look forward to the day when we as a Congress enshrine a federal law to reestablish a nationwide right to abortion. Abortion is healthcare, and access to healthcare saves many lives. In Texas, Kat Knox was forced to flee her home state to receive life-saving care after the Texas Supreme Court decided she wasn't close enough to dying to receive an abortion, despite 4 emergency room visits, elevated vitals, and a risk of uterine rupture. In my home state of Florida, Deborah Dober was forced to give birth to her son, who died in her arms shortly after he was born, just as doctors predicted. For an agonizing 13 weeks, Deborah was forced to carry a baby she knew would die, which left her with severe anxiety and depression. In Ohio, Brittany Watts, a Black woman, was criminally charged after having a miscarriage at home after doctors found that her water broke prematurely and the fetus she was carrying would not survive. In the wake of the Supreme Court overturning half a century of precedent, we have women nationwide who are at risk of losing their lives every single day. Women in states with abortion bans are nearly 3 times more likely to die from childbirth, and Black women have the highest maternal mortality rates in the U.S., 3 times higher than their white women. Being forced to give birth means Black women will die, and if they don't die, they will be jailed for miscarrying an unviable fetus. This could be your wife, your daughter, your sister, or even me, whose life is at risk unless we receive an abortion. How can any doctor tell a woman that her life cannot be saved when we know it can? This is reprehensible. Congress must pass H.R. 12, the Women's Healthcare Protection Act of 2023. With that, Mr. Speaker, I thank Representative Chu, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlewoman from Florida yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I inquire how much time I have left?
The gentleman from Texas has 10 minutes remaining.
Thank you. My further inquire is engaging in personalities or destruction of personalities. Is that something we're now doing on the floor of the House?
The chair is not going to respond to hypotheticals or provide advisory opinions, but
Well, it wasn't a hypothetical what was said on the other side.
all members are reminded that remarks should be addressed to the chair and not to engage in personalities.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll yield myself a minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
We can talk about existing authority that the president has today that he could use to solve the problem at our southern border. He could end catch and release, reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy, enter into asylum cooperative agreements with other countries, end parole abuses, detain inadmissible aliens, use expedited removal, rein in taxpayer-funded benefits for people who are in the country without the benefit of who are in the country illegally, and issue a proclamation to suspend or restrict entry. All of those are available to the president right now, today, to solve this problem. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah,
Again, the gentleman from Texas confuses me because not too long ago, and we'll use one of his quotes, he said, President Trump has presented a clear path forward. However, he cannot solve this crisis alone. That's the gentleman's words. Congress must stand ready to put partisan politics aside and pass meaningful solutions. But now, all of a sudden, Joe Biden can do it alone? I mean, when Trump was president, he needed Congress, according to the gentleman, to give him the ability to be able to do what he wanted on the border. And now all of a sudden, it's a different story because there's a different president. And Mr. Speaker, let me also address something that the other gentleman from Texas mentioned in his 10 minutes of remarks when he said something that, this isn't about politics. I want to point out that in April of 2023, Chairman Green, who's the chair of the Homeland Security Committee, promised Republican donors that he would produce an impeachment case against Secretary Mayorkas before donors. And according to a recording of Chairman Green's remarks to campaign contributors, he said, quote, on April 19th, next week, get the popcorn. Alejandro Mayorkas comes before our committee, and it's got to be fun, end quote. Chairman Green also said, and I quote, that'll really be just the beginning for him, end quote. The chairman said those things 2 months prior to the committee formally announcing its so-called investigation. 2 months prior. He already promised his Republican donors that he would deliver impeachment charges. To be clear, this entire impeachment process has had a predetermined outcome. This has nothing to do with a legitimate case for impeachment, but it has everything to do with Republicans' mission to distract, deflect, and exact revenge for President Biden winning the 2022 presidential election. I request unanimous consent to insert into the record a New York Times article entitled, Key Republican Tells Donors He Will Pursue Impeachment of Mayorkas. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I am very distressed about is that many of my Republican colleagues who are upset that Donald Trump lost the last election, and we're not able to overturn the free and fair results of that election. They're upset that they didn't get their way. They weren't able to overturn the results. And so now this is kind of a continuation of that effort to deny the legitimate results of the election. This, in many respects, is a continuation of what happened here on January 6th. And it really is sad. There's another election coming up in November. I predict that my friends will understand better then that their policy of obstruction and impeachment and of distraction and not wanting to solve problems, I think they will realize that when people go to the ballot box, that is not what they want. The American people want us to work together to get something done. We have a serious situation at the border. We're trying to provide President Biden with the tools to be able to act, just as my friend said that Donald Trump needed the legislative tools to be able to get what he wanted to get done. And unfortunately, notwithstanding some very impressive bipartisan cooperation in the Senate, my friends here have decided to reject anything that might solve the problem, anything that might ease the situation at the border, anything that might help our Border Patrol agents, anything that will do anything to be able to solve this problem, they're against. It is pathetic that is the state that we are in right now, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yield myself a minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
So the difficulty that we have is that President Biden will not use any of the tools he has in his toolbox and now is asking for additional tools. The other problem is codifying 5,000 illegal immigrants a month, 5,000 illegal immigrants a day, 2 million a year is not in anyone's estimation a solution to a problem. I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that this is not about Secretary Mayorkas or a high crime misdemeanor. It's about a policy disagreement with President Biden. But again, it's just interesting to point out when Trump was president, He couldn't do things because Congress didn't give him the tools. Biden's asking for more tools, and my Republican friends don't want to do anything. Mr. Speaker, I have a memo here released today on the arguments regarding impeaching Secretary Mayorkas, authored by the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Subcommittee on Immigration, Integrity and Security, and Enforcement, Mr. McClintock. And listening to my friends on the other side of the aisle, surely you would assume that the chairman of the Immigration Subcommittee, the lead Republican on immigration issues, would conclude in his memo that this impeachment is necessary and warranted. But no, you would be wrong. In fact, he concludes the exact opposite. And Mr. McClintock has said he will vote no on impeaching the secretary. Now, I would like to request unanimous consent to put the entire memo into the record, but it is so exhaustive in its analysis of how this impeachment is a bunch of garbage that the memo exceeds the page limit for the congressional record. So let me just read a quick excerpt instead. He writes, quote, "The problem is the articles fail to identify an impeachable crime that Mayorkas has committed. In effect, they stretch and distort the Constitution in order to hold the administration accountable." I mean, stretch and distort. That is the words of the Republican chairman of the Immigration Subcommittee. Mr. Speaker, I want to, again, I thank my colleague from California who came to the well and basically called it as he sees it and told the truth. We need some more truth around here. This is a sham. This is a dangerous precedent to go down, to impeach somebody because of a policy disagreement. I tell you, this is not what we should be doing. And I'm hoping that there are Republicans on the other side of the aisle who still believe in the Constitution and in this institution and who will reject this. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield myself a minute, and I would like to enter into the record a memo prepared by the Secretary of Homeland Security, released on September 30th, 2021.
Without objection.
We're discussing the Secretary being there to enforce the laws. But in this memo, he basically says he's going to make the laws that then he purports to enforce. He bemoans the fact that there is no path for citizenship that has been established, but then goes on to say the fact that an individual is a removable non-citizen therefore should not alone be the basis of an enforcement action against them. Ask unanimous consent this be made part of the record. I reserve my time.
Without objection. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Michael Chertoff, the former Republican appointed Homeland Security Secretary, the first ever Homeland Security Secretary, has also come out in support of Secretary Mayorkas. He said, and I quote, "I can say with confidence that for all of the investigating that the House Committee on Homeland Security has done, they have failed to put forth evidence that meets the bar," end quote. He went on to say, and I quote, "I don't agree with every policy decision the Biden administration has made, but there are aspects of immigration strategy that are worthy of debate. But House Republicans are ducking difficult policy work and hard-fought compromise. Impeachment is a diversion from fixing our broken immigration laws and giving DHS the resources needed to secure the border. I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an opinion piece written by Michael Chertoff and published by the Wall Street Journal entitled 'Don't Impeach Alejandro Mayorkas.' I reserve my
Without
time.
objection. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll yield myself a minute.
Gentleman's
Speaker,
recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article detailing the numbers of children that the Department of Homeland Security has lost. And that number has increased year over year. It was 100,000 kids last year. What are we doing if we are losing track of 100,000 children that have come into this country illegally? I ask this article be made part of the record, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time I have remaining?
Gentleman from Massachusetts has 4.5 minutes remaining.
And may I ask the gentleman how many more speakers he has on his side? Is he prepared to close?
Yes, I'm prepared to close.
All right. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remaining time.
Gentleman's recognized.
And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an editorial piece from the Wall Street Journal entitled Impeaching Mayorkas Achieves Nothing.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, everything we have heard from the other side has confirmed that this impeachment is a predetermined political stunt. Again, this is the first time in American history an impeachment could go to the floor of the United States House of Representatives with no evidence, no proof, no elements of a crime, nothing at all. Not my words, Mr. Speaker. It's your own colleagues who say that. Again, a few more quotes. Jonathan Turley, a top Republican legal advisor, he says there is also no current evidence that he, meaning Secretary Mayorkas, is corrupt or committed an impeachable offense. Donald Trump's own impeachment defense lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, and I quote, "I urge principled Republicans who care about the Constitution to oppose those in their party who are seeking to impeach and remove Mayorkas based on non-constitutional accusations." Republican leaders told their donors behind closed doors that they were going to impeach Mayorkas before they even began their sham investigation. They raised money off of this. They promised Marjorie Taylor Greene last year that they were going to impeach no matter what in order to help Donald Trump to distract from his legal troubles and their own incompetence. And I get why they need to change the subject. Trump was the worst president in my lifetime, probably in history. He tried to overturn the election results when he lost. He said he wants to be a dictator, quote, on day one. And he invokes Adolf Hitler, saying immigrants, quote, poison the blood of our country. The worst jobs record since the Great Depression. Told everyone to drink bleach and take horse medicine during COVID. Has been indicted more times than elected. And is currently in trial for 91 felony charges. And that's after being ordered to pay $83 million after a jury of his peers decided he was a rapist. That's the leader of the Republican Party. That's who this impeachment is about, Donald Trump. Not Secretary Mayorkas, a good, honorable, decent man. Donald Trump, a corrupt, dishonorable, disgraceful man. This is all about helping Republicans rile up MAGA voters and distracting from their inability to govern and address the critical issues facing our country. Instead of legislating, they are being led by Marjorie Taylor Greene and the extreme MAGA chock-full of nuts caucus to pursue their baseless, extreme, and harmful impeachment charade that distracts from actually securing the border. Do we have a problem at the border? Absolutely. Democrats and President Biden want real comprehensive solutions to fix it. But the MAGA extremists have shown no interest in working with House Democrats to address the challenges facing the American people. What we need is Republicans to stop playing political games. And that's the exact opposite of what's happening here. The exact opposite of this cynical, reckless impeachment stunt. So we're gonna continue as Democrats to put people over politics, to fight for issues that matter, to try to lower costs, grow our economy, and yes, to secure our border. And if Republicans decide they want to join us as partners in government to solve these challenges, we welcome that. And if they don't, there's an election coming up in November. But I would say history is going to judge this Republican majority. But I don't think we need to wait for that. The voters are going to judge us all in November. And I think people are going to look at this fraudulent impeachment, and they're going to look at Republicans' lack of accomplishments, and they are going to vote them out because of their incompetence, their extremism, and their refusal to work with Democrats to address the challenges our country faces, including the border. And as I said before, this entire impeachment stunt is an absurd, cynical exercise in extremism. I strongly, strongly urge a no vote on this rule and a no vote on the underlying resolution. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
Gentleman from Texas has 8 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself the balance of our time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, I think we've just seen one of the worst cases of Trump derangement syndrome ever recorded. And Mr. Speaker, I would just remind people that I am not running for re-election, so I am not beholden to anyone. As I told the gentleman last week, I'm bulletproof. I'm only beholden to the constituents that I represent. And the constituents I represent do not understand why Texas has had to endure basically an invasion during the tenure of this Secretary of Homeland Security. Why has he not enforced the laws that he swore an oath to uphold and enforce? And he won't do it. So what are we left to do when we have someone who is charged with protecting our country, charged with enforcing our laws, and he said, it's too much trouble, I can't do it? Look, we know it's possible because I was on a codel with Speaker Johnson down to the border, down to Eagle Pass, but a couple of weeks ago. The week before, you'd seen on Bill Malucci's report on Fox News, thousands of people on the riverbanks on the United States side who were there awaiting processing to be released into our country to parts unknown, for lengths of time unknown. But the Speaker of the House goes down there, and there's not a soul on that riverbank. This problem can be stopped literally overnight if the Secretary and the President would make it a priority and would do it, but they won't. So what are we left to do? I agree with the gentleman that there is an election coming up. I hope people do remember that. I hope they do remember they have a president who has it within his power right now, under 212F of the Immigration and Naturalization Act. He has it in his power right now to suspend activities on the southern border, but he won't do it. We are being invaded, Mr. Speaker. My governor, Governor Abbott, has officially declared an invasion. I don't think there's any debate about that. The administration and this secretary have done nothing to help Texas. Instead, they've turned around and sued the state at every turn. $12 billion. Dollars is what Texas has had to spend over the last year to do the deaths, rising human trafficking, exploitation of minors, and a growing public health disaster. An annual net burden to the American taxpayers exceeding $150 billion. Mr. Speaker, each of these consequences would have been avoidable if Secretary Mayorkas had just enforced existing law. This willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law and the continued breach of public trust by Secretary Mayorkas will not be tolerated, and for this, he must be impeached. I also want to thank Chairwoman McMorris Rodgers for her leadership in bringing H.R. 485 to the floor, and the Chairman of Homeland Security, Mark Green, for his work on a proper and thorough investigation leading for consideration of HRES 863. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I stand in strong support of the rule and the underlying legislation. I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
So the question is on order in the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. And pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, further proceedings of this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes.
Use 212F right now and stop the flow. The secretary could apply the laws the way they're supposed to be applied with respect to asylum and parole, and he could stop it right now, but refuses to do so. We're here to defend the people of the United States who don't have a voice. We're here to stand up for the forgotten men and women of this country who are tired of getting rolled over. That's why we're here. And the Secretary of Homeland Security deserves to be held to account. I rise in support. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The
I'll
gentleman
reserve.
from Texas reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Texas just took almost 10 minutes, 10 minutes of my life, which I'll never get back, and still didn't get it right, which is basically that this move to impeach Secretary Mayorkas is a sham. There's, there's no basis for this. And just because you don't like the guy, you disagree with the policies of this administration, is not a reason, is not a high crime and misdemeanor, is not a reason to move forward on impeachment. I'm listening to the gentleman and also my colleague from Texas. Republicans are really good about complaining about things, about talking about what the problems are. We agree with some of the things that have been highlighted, that they are problems. What my Republican friends are not really good at is actually solving a problem or getting to yes on anything. The gentleman from Texas said, we were asked to consider a Senate bill that the Senate hasn't acted on yet. But wait a minute, the Speaker of this House of Representatives has already said we will not have a vote on in this House, no matter what happens in the United States Senate. And Donald Trump, the guy you're all afraid of, has been making calls saying, you better not do this. You better not do this. And the author of this Senate bill, again, I haven't read it all. There's lots of stuff in it that give me heartburn from what I can tell. But the guy who wrote it was a senator from Oklahoma who Donald Trump says is strong on the border. And so I will repeat what I said before. What we are doing today does nothing to help anything at the border. Not a thing. Not one thing. Any opportunity to do something requires working in a bipartisan way to move a bill forward, which apparently my Republican friends here in the House do not want to do. And that's a shame. But here's the deal. You now own this. This is a problem that you are maintaining, that you have deliberately decided that you will own, because you will do nothing. You are blocking any attempt for any kind of legislation to come to this floor that has a chance of passing in a bipartisan way and getting signed into law. You would do it. Even the Border Patrol Union has endorsed what the Senate's doing. Again, I haven't read the whole thing yet. I bet you none of you have either. But even before the ink was dried on the draft copy, Trump gave you the orders to kill it. And that's where we are. So, complaining about a problem, I get it. Maybe it used to be good politics, but here's what I'm predicting. The American people are watching. They're now seeing how this works. If we want to build, we want to work in a bipartisan way, then there is a bipartisan coalition that develops in the Senate, led by a very conservative Republican senator, and they come up with a bill, and as soon as they do, no, we don't want to solve the problem. We want to continue the problem for political purposes. So now you own all of this. You own all of this. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from New Mexico, member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Before I recognize the lady, I'd just like to remind members to address their comments to the chair. The chair recognizes the lady from New Mexico for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, reasonable Republicans and even the Wall Street Journal editorial board have written that this impeachment does not qualify as high crimes and misdemeanors. The board wrote, and I quote, "Grandstanding is easier than governing, and Republicans have to decide whether to accomplish anything other than impeaching Democrats." And I quote again, "Impeaching him accomplishes nothing beyond political symbolism," end quote. That's right. It's political symbolism. It's political theater. Our immigration system is broken. We've been saying it, and we have been offering up bipartisan solutions that Republicans have refused to take up. They just blew up a bipartisan deal in the Senate. They've refused to provide Secretary Mayorkas the resources and legal changes he needs to reform the immigration system so our border is secure, our policies are humane, and our country is richer thanks to the immeasurable contributions of our immigrant workforce. Instead, we have a clown show directed by Marjorie Taylor Greene. If we vote for this sham impeachment in the House, she will have the power to march over to the Senate and stop all their work. She'll stop work on a budget that we need to keep our government open. She'll stop work on the farm bill, which my rural communities need. She'll stop work on policies to lower costs and expand the middle class. Extreme Republicans have answered the Wall Street Journal's question. Do they want to govern? They don't want to govern. They want chaos. Chaos at the border, chaos in Congress. They put chaos over people. They always put politics over people. We cannot trust them to reform our immigration system in a bipartisan manner. They continue to use immigration as a political bulldozer to destroy and divide. Their abuse of the solemn impeachment process shows us we cannot trust them with our Constitution. We cannot trust them. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll give myself a minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
What is needed is border security. What is needed
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change a vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays. On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 207. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Two minutes remaining in this vote. 30 seconds. Have all members voted? Does anyone wish to change the vote? On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 209. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. Please take your seats or take your conversations outside. The House will come to order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 996, I call up House Res 863 and ask for the immediate consideration in the House.
The House will be in order. Please take your seats or take your conversations outside. The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 60, House Resolution 863. Resolved that Alejandro Nicholas Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security of the United States of America, is impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors, and that the following articles of impeachment be exhibited to the United States Senate. Articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives of the United States of America in the name of itself and of the people of the United States of America against Alejandro N. Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security of the United States of America, and maintenance and support of its impeachment against him for high crimes and misdemeanors. Article 1, willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the civil officers of the United States, including the Secretary of Homeland Security, shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. In his conduct while Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro N. Mayorkas, in violation of his oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, to bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and to well and faithfully discharge the duties of his office, has willfully and systemically refused to comply with federal immigration laws, and that throughout his tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro N. Mayorkas has repeatedly violated laws enacted by Congress regarding immigration and border security. In large part because of his unlawful conduct, millions of aliens have illegally entered the United States on an annual basis, with many unlawfully remaining in the United States. His refusal to obey the law is not only an offense against the separation of powers in the Constitution of the United States, it also threatens our national security and has had a dire impact on communities across the country. Despite clear evidence that his willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law has significantly contributed to unprecedented levels of illegal entrance, the increased control of the southwest border by drug cartels, and the imposition of enormous costs on states and localities affected by the influx of aliens, Alejandro N. Mayorkas has continued in his refusal to comply with the law, and thereby acted to the grave detriment of the interests of the United States. Alejandro N. Mayorkas engaged in this scheme or course of conduct through the following means. 1, Alejandro N. Mayorkas willfully refused to comply with the detention mandate set forth in Section 235B2A of the Immigration and Nationality Act, requiring that all applicants for admission who are not clearly and beyond a doubt entitled to be admitted shall be detained for a removal proceeding. Instead of complying with his requirement, Alejandro N. Mayorkas implemented a catch and release scheme whereby such aliens are unlawfully released, even without effective mechanisms to ensure appearances before the immigration courts for removal proceedings or to ensure removal in the case of alien ordered removed. 2, Alejandro N. Mayorkas willfully refused to comply with the detention mandate set forth in Section 235B1B II of such act, requiring that an alien who is placed into expedited removal proceedings and determined to have a credible fear of prosecution shall be detained for further consideration of the application for asylum. Instead of complying with this requirement, Alejandro N. Mayorkas implemented a catch and release scheme whereby such aliens are unlawfully released, even without effective mechanisms to ensure appearances before the immigration courts for removal proceedings or to ensure removal in the case of aliens ordered removed. 3, Alejandro N. Mayorkas willfully refused to comply with the detention set forth in Section 235B1B III 4 of such act, requiring that an alien who is placed into expedited removal proceedings and determined not to have a credible fear of persecution shall be detained until removed. Instead of complying with this requirement, Alejandro N. Mayorkas has implemented a catch and release scheme whereby such aliens are unlawfully released, even without effective mechanisms to ensure appearances before the immigration courts for removal proceedings or to ensure removed in the case of aliens ordered removed. 4, Alejandro Mayorkas willfully refused to comply with the detention mandate set forth in Section 236C of such act, requiring that a criminal alien who is inadmissible or deportable on certain criminal and terrorism-related grounds shall be taken into custody when the alien is released from law enforcement custody. Instead of complying with this requirement, Alejandro Mayorkas issued guidelines for the enforcement of civil immigration laws, which instructs Department of Homeland Security, here and thereafter referred to as DHS, officials that the fact an individual is a removable non-citizen shall not alone be the basis of an enforcement action against them, and that DHS personnel should not rely on the fact of conviction alone, even with respect to aliens subject to mandatory arrest and detention pursuant to Section 236C of such act, to take them into custody. In Texas versus United States, 40 F. 4th 205, 2022, the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit concluded that these guidelines had every indication of being a general policy that is so extreme as to amount to an abdication of statutory responsibilities, that its replacement of Congress's statutory mandates with concerns of equity and race is extra-legal and plainly outside the bounds of the power conferred by the INA. 5, Alejandro Mayorkas willfully refused to comply with the detention mandate set forth in Section 241A2 of such act, requiring that an alien ordered removed shall be detained during the removal period. Instead of complying with this mandate, Alejandro Mayorkas issued guidelines for the enforcement of civil immigration laws, which instructs DHS officials that the fact an individual is a removable non-citizen shall not alone be the basis of an enforcement action against them, and that DHS personnel shall not rely on the fact of conviction alone, even with respect to aliens subject to mandatory detention and removal pursuant to Section 241A of such act. 6, Alejandro Mayorkas willfully exceeded his parole authority set forth in Section 212D5A of such act that permits parole to be granted only on a case-by-case basis, temporarily and for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit, in that A, Alejandro Mayorkas paroled aliens en masse in order to release them from mandatory detention, despite the fact that, as the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit concluded in Texas versus Biden, 20 F. 4th 928, 2021, paroling every alien, DHS cannot detain in the opposite of the case-by-case basis determines required by law, and DHS's pretended power to parole aliens while ignoring the limitations Congress imposed on the parole power is not non-enforcement. It's misenforcement, suspension of the INA, or both. B, Alejandro Mayorkas created, reopened, or expanded a series of categorical parole programs never authorized by Congress for foreign nationals outside of the United States, including for certain Central American minors, Ukrainians, Venezuelans, Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, Colombians, Salvadorians, Guatemalans, Hondurans, which enabled hundreds of thousands of inadmissible aliens to enter the United States in violation of the laws enacted by Congress. 7, Alejandro Mayorkas willfully exceeded his release authority set forth in Section 236A of such act that permits, in certain circumstances, the release of aliens arrested on an administrative warrant, and that Alejandro Mayorkas released aliens arrested without a warrant, despite their being subject to a separate applicable mandatory detention requirement set forth in Section 235B2 of such act. Alejandro Mayorkas released such aliens by retroactively issuing administrative warrants in an attempt to circumvent Section 235B2 of such act. In Florida versus United States, number 3:21 CV 1066 TKW ZCB, ND, Florida, March 8, 2023, the United States District Court of the Northern District of Florida noted that this sleight of hand using an arrest warrant as a de facto release warrant is administrative sophistry at its worst. In addition, the court concluded that what makes DHS's application of 236A in this matter unlawful is that 235B2, not 236A, governs the detention of applicants for admission whom DHS places in removal proceedings after inspection. Alejandro N. Mayorkas's willful and systemic refusal to comply with the laws has had calamitous consequences for the nation and the people of the United States, including: 1, during fiscal years 2017 through 2020, an average of about 590,000 aliens each fiscal year were encountered as inadmissible aliens at ports of entry on the southwest border or apprehended between ports of entry. Therefore, during Alejandro N. Mayorkas's tenure in office, that number skyrocketed to over 1,400,000 in fiscal year 2021, over 2,300,000 in fiscal year 2022, and over 2,400,000 in fiscal year 2023. Similarly, during fiscal year 2017 through 2020, an average of 130,000 persons who were not turned back were apprehended after making an illegal entry were observed along the border each fiscal year. During Alejandro N. Mayorkas's tenure in office, that number more than trebled to 400,000 in fiscal year 2021, 600,000 in fiscal year 2022, and 750,000 in fiscal year 2023. 2, American communities, both along the southwest border and across the United States, have been devastated by the dramatic growth in illegal entries, the number of aliens unlawfully present, and substantial rise in the number of aliens unlawfully granted parole, creating a fiscal and humanitarian crisis and dramatically degrading the quality of life of the residents of those communities. For instance, since 2022, more than 150,000 migrants have gone through New York City's shelter intake system. Indeed, the mayor of New York City has said that we are past our breaking point and that this issue will destroy New York City. In fiscal year 2023, New York City spent $1.45 billion addressing Alejandro N. Mayorkas's migrant crisis, and city officials fear it will spend another $12 billion over the following 3 fiscal years, causing painful budget cuts in important city services. 3, Alejandro N. Mayorkas's unlawful mass release of apprehended aliens and unlawful mass grant of categorical parole to aliens have enticed an increasing number of aliens to make the dangerous journey to our southwest border. Consequently, according to the United Nations International Organization for Migration, the number of migrants intending to illegally cross our border who have perished along the way, either en route to the United States or at the border, almost doubled during the tenure of Alejandro N. Mayorkas as Secretary of Homeland Security, from an average of about 700 a year during the fiscal years 2017 through 2020 to an average of about 1,300 a year during fiscal years 2021 through 2023. 4, alien smuggling organizations have gained tremendous wealth during Alejandro N. Mayorkas's tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, with their estimated revenues rising from about $500 billion in 2018 to approximately $13 billion in 2022. 5, during Alejandro N. Mayorkas's tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, the immigration court backlog has more than doubled from about 1,300,000 cases to over 3 million cases. The exploding backlog is destroying the court's ability to administer justice and provide appropriate relief in a time frame that does not run into years or even decades. As Alejandro N. Mayorkas acknowledged, those who have a valid claim to asylum often wait years for a decision. Likewise, non-citizens who will ultimately be found ineligible for asylum or other protection, which occurs in the majority of cases, often have spent many years in the United States prior to being ordered removed. He noted that of aliens placed in expedited removal proceedings and found to have a credible fear of persecution, and thus referred to immigration judges for removal proceedings, significantly fewer than 20% were ultimately granted asylum, and only 28% of cases decided on their merits are grants of relief. Alejandro N. Mayorkas also admitted that the fact that migrants can wait in the United States for years before being issued a final order denying relief
and that many such individuals are never actually removed, likely incentivizes migrants to make the journey north. 6. During Alejandro Mayorkas' tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, approximately 450,000 unaccompanied alien children have been encountered at the southwest border, and the vast majority have been released into the United States. As a result, there has been a dramatic upsurge in migrant children being employed in dangerous and exploitive jobs in the United States. 7. Alejandro Mayorkas' failure to enforce the law, drawing millions of illegal aliens to the southwest border, has led to the reassignment of U.S. Border Patrol agents from protecting the border from illicit drug trafficking to processing illegal aliens for release. As a result, during Alejandro Mayorkas' tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, the flow of fentanyl across the border and other dangerous drugs, both at and between ports of entry, has increased dramatically. U.S. Customs and Border Protection seized approximately 4,800 pounds of fentanyl in fiscal year 2020, approximately 11,200 pounds in fiscal year 2021, approximately 14,700 pounds in fiscal year 2022, and approximately 27,000 pounds in fiscal year 2023. Over 70,000 Americans died from fentanyl poisoning in 2022, and fentanyl is now the #1 killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. 8. Alejandro Mayorkas has degraded public safety by leaving wide swaths of the border effectively unpatrolled as U.S. Border Patrol agents are diverted from guarding the border to processing unlawful release, the heightening waves of apprehended aliens, many who now seek out agents for the purpose of surrendering with the now reasonable expectation of being released and granted work authorization. And federal air marshals are diverted from protecting the flying public to assist in such processing. 9. During Alejandro Mayorkas' tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, the U.S. Border Patrol has encountered an increasing number of aliens on the terrorist watch list. In fiscal year 2017 through 2020 combined, 11 non-citizens on the terrorist watch list were caught attempting to cross the southwest border between ports of entry. That number increased to 15 in fiscal year 2021, 98 in fiscal year 2022, 169 in fiscal year 2023, and 49 so far in fiscal year 2024. Additionally, in United States versus Texas 599 U.S. 670, 2023, the United States Supreme Court heard a case involving Alejandro Mayorkas' refusal to comply with certain federal immigration laws that are at issue in this impeachment. The Supreme Court held that states have no standing to seek judicial relief to compel Alejandro Mayorkas to comply with certain legal requirements contained in the Immigration and Nationality Act. However, the Supreme Court held that even though the federal courts lack Article III jurisdiction over this suit, other forums remain open for examining the executive branch's enforcement policies. For example, Congress possesses an array of tools to analyze and influence those policies, and those are political checks for the political process. One such critical tool for Congress to influence the executive branch to comply with the immigration laws of the United States is impeachment. The dissenting justice noted, the court holds Texas lacks standing to challenge a federal policy that inflicts substantial harm on the state and its residents by releasing illegal aliens with criminal convictions for serious crimes. In order to reach this conclusion, the court holds that the only limit on the power of a president to disobey a law, like the important provisions at issue, is Congress's power to employ the weapons of interbranch warfare. As the dissenting justice explained, Congress may wield what the Solicitor General described as political tools, which presumably means such things as impeachment and removal. Indeed, during oral argument, the justice who authored the majority opinion stated that the Solicitor General, I think your position is, instead of judicial review, Congress has to resort to shutting down the government or impeachment or dramatic steps. Here, in light of the inability of injured parties to seek judicial relief to remedy the refusal of Alejandro Mayorkas to comply with federal immigration laws, impeachment is Congress's only viable option. In all of this, Alejandro Mayorkas willfully and systemically refused to comply with the immigration laws, failed to control the border to the detriment of national security, compromised public safety, and violated the rule of law and separation of powers in the Constitution to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, Alejandro N. Mayorkas, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to the national and border security, the safety of the United States people, and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with his duties and the rule of law. Alejandro N. Mayorkas thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. Article 2, breach of public trust. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that civil officers of the United States, including the Secretary of Homeland Security, shall be removed from office or impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. In his conduct while Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro N. Mayorkas, in violation of his oath to well and faithfully discharge the duties of his office, has breached the public trust, and that Alejandro N. Mayorkas has knowingly made false statements and knowingly obstructed lawful oversight of the Department of Homeland Security, herein thereafter referred to as DHS, principally to obfuscate the results of willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law. Alejandro N. Mayorkas engaged in this scheme or course of conduct through the following means. 1. Alejandro N. Mayorkas knowingly made false statements to Congress that the border is secure, that the border is no less secure than it was previously, that the border is closed, and that DHS has operational control of the border, as that term is defined in the Secure Fence Act of 2006. 2. Alejandro N. Mayorkas knowingly made false statements to Congress regarding the scope and adequacy of the vetting of the thousands of Afghans who were airlifted into the United States and then granted parole following the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan after President Biden's precipitous withdrawal of United States forces. 3. Alejandro N. Mayorkas knowingly made false statements that the apprehended aliens with no legal basis to remain in the United States were being quickly removed. 4. Alejandro N. Mayorkas knowingly made false statements supporting the false narrative that U.S. Border Patrol agents maliciously whipped illegal aliens. 5. Alejandro N. Mayorkas failed to comply with multiple subpoenas issued by congressional committees. 6. Alejandro N. Mayorkas delayed or denied access of DHS Office of Inspector General, hereinafter referred to as OIG, to DHS records and information hampering OIG's ability to effectively perform its vital investigations, audits, inspections, and other reviews of agency programs and operations to satisfy the OIG's obligations under Section 402B of Title V, United States Code, in part to Congress. Additionally, in his conduct while Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro N. Mayorkas has breached the public trust by his willful refusal to fulfill his statutory duty to control and guard the boundaries and borders of the United States against the illegal entry of aliens, as set forth in Section 103A5 of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Alejandro N. Mayorkas inherited what his first chief of the U.S. Border Patrol called arguably the most effective border security in our nation's history. Alejandro N. Mayorkas, however, proceeded to abandon effective border security initiatives without engaging in adequate alternative efforts that would enable DHS to maintain control of the border and guard against illegal entry. And despite clear evidence of the devastating consequences of his actions, he failed to take action to fulfill his statutory duty to control the border. According to his first chief of the U.S. Border Patrol, Alejandro N. Mayorkas similarly rejected the multiple options to reduce the illegal entries through the proven programs and consequences provided by civil servant staff at DHS. Despite clear evidence of the devastating consequences of his actions, he failed to take action to fulfill his statutory duty to control the border, and that, among other things, 1. Alejandro N. Mayorkas terminated the Migrant Protection Protocols, hereinafter referred to as MPP, in Texas versus Biden 20 F. 4th 928, 2021. The United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit explained that the district court pointed to evidence that the termination of MPP has contributed to the current border surge, citing DHS's own previous determinations that MPP had curbed the rate of illegal entries. The district court has also pointed out that the number of enforcement encounters, that is, instances where immigration officials encounter immigrants attempting to cross the southern border without documentation, have skyrocketed since MPP's termination. 2, Alejandro N. Mayorkas terminated contracts for border wall construction. 3, Alejandro N. Mayorkas terminated asylum cooperative agreements that would have equitably shared the burden of complying with international asylum accords. And all of this, Alejandro N. Mayorkas breached the public trust by knowingly making false statements to Congress and the American people and avoiding lawful oversight in order to obscure the devastating consequences of his willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law and carry out his statutory duties. He has also breached the public trust by willfully refusing to carry out his statutory duty to control the border and guard against illegal entry, notwithstanding the calamitous consequences of his abdication of that duty. Wherefore, Alejandro N. Mayorkas, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to the national and border security, the safety of the American people, and to the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with his duties and the rule of law. Alejandro N. Mayorkas thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States.
Pursuant to House Resolution 996, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee of Homeland Security is adopted. The resolution shall be debatable for 2 hours, equally divided, and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee of Homeland Security or their respective designees. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, each will control 1 hour. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.Res. 863.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to present 2 articles of impeachment against Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Article 1 charges him with willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law. And Article 2 charges him with the breach of public trust. Since Secretary Mayorkas took office, we've all watched the unprecedented crisis at our borders unfold. We've seen the chaos. Under Secretary Mayorkas' watch, CBP has reported more than 8.5 million encounters at our borders, including more than 7 million apprehensions at the southwest border. Even more terrifying is the approximate 1.8 million known gotaways that Border Patrol agents detect but are unable to apprehend. Millions of those inadmissible aliens who are encountered are eventually released into our communities. This has never happened before in the history of the country, and it doesn't happen by accident. For nearly a year, the House Committee on Homeland Security conducted a thorough, fair, and comprehensive investigation into the causes, costs, and consequences of the border crisis. Our members saw firsthand numerous parts of the southwest border, spent time with law enforcement officers on the front lines, and spoke with real Americans about how the crisis is affecting them. We also conducted a field hearing and roundtable on the border that our Democrat colleagues refused to attend, burying their heads in the sand as if there wasn't a crisis. We published 7 total reports, totaling nearly 400 pages, to which Democrats never had a single substantive response. Instead, their only response was to simply shout MAGA louder and louder. And if that's a meaningful response to the millions of Americans suffering from, as if that's a meaningful response to the millions of Americans suffering from this crisis. We held many hearings at the subcommittee and full committee level, and we heard from a variety of witnesses, including former senior DHS enforcement officials, state attorneys general, and victims who've been impacted by Secretary Mayorkas' border crisis. Democrats consistently claimed these hearings were a waste of time. Tell that to the families of 150,000 Americans who died from fentanyl poisoning in 2021 and 22 alone. Throughout this investigation, our subsequent impeachment proceedings, we found that Secretary Mayorkas' willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law and his breach of public trust are responsible for this historic crisis. However, for almost a year, Democrats have turned a blind eye to the victims of the border crisis while berating us for spending what they believed was too much time investigating Secretary Mayorkas' lawless handling of our sovereign borders. Keep that in mind when you hear them claim now this impeachment is somehow rushed. The truth is this process has been painstakingly thorough. Unlike House Democrats, we take the use of impeachment extremely seriously. While I do not wish to be standing here presenting these articles today, we have exhausted all other options. Our oath to the Constitution now requires us to exercise this solemn duty. Secretary Mayorkas has explicitly refused to comply with the law. He has refused to obey the law. His refusal to obey the law has led to the death of our fellow citizens, and he no longer deserves to keep his job. What's unique here in the history of impeachments is that the Supreme Court just this summer denied the effective state's judicial review on many of these issues, but with the understanding that the result of doing so could mean the impeachment of a secretary. In oral argument, Justice Kavanaugh explained how he understood the position of the Biden administration if judicial review was denied, saying, and I quote, "I think your position is instead of judicial review, Congress has to resort to shutting down the government or impeachment or dramatic steps if some administration comes in and says we're not going to enforce laws, or at least not going to enforce the laws to the degree that Congress, by law, has said the laws should be enforced," end quote. In response, the Biden administration's Solicitor General agreed, saying, quote, "Well, I think that if those dramatic steps would be warranted, it would be in the face of a dramatic abdication of statutory responsibility by the executive," end quote. Today's articles of impeachment outline exactly that, a dramatic abdication of statutory responsibility by Secretary Mayorkas has occurred. Of the article's 20 pages, 6 are solely dedicated to the laws Secretary Mayorkas has violated, while 4 more document his lies to Congress and the American people, and the violation of his statutory duty to control and guard our borders. We identify numerous unambiguous provisions of the Immigration and Nationality Act he has refused to enforce, laws requiring him to detain inadmissible aliens and limit his ability to grant people parole. We also highlight how programs he has created, such as various mass parole programs, are void of congressional authority. Secretary Mayorkas is the very type of public official the framers feared, someone who would cast aside the laws passed by a co-equal branch of government and replace those with his own preferences, hurting his fellow Americans in the process. He has directed the release of millions of inadmissible aliens into the country in violation of the INA, which requires them to be detained. He has abused the statute limiting parole to be issued only on a case-by-case and temporary basis for very specific limited reasons, instead overseeing more than 1.5 million paroles. He has created new categorical parole programs in defiance of the statute to further his mass release agenda. And he has directed Immigration and Customs Enforcement personnel not to detain all manner of illegal aliens, including criminal aliens. In his September 2021 enforcement guidance, the Secretary even directed that unlawful presence in the country was no longer sufficient grounds for removal, and that criminal convictions alone were not enough to warrant ICE attention. This is not about policy differences. We certainly object to Secretary Mayorkas' policies, but this goes far deeper. According to the Democrat-led committees that investigated Iran-Contra, quote, "Government officials must observe the law, even when they disagree with it," end quote. Or when they think that, quote, "Congress is to blame for passing laws that run counter to administration policy," end quote. Again, we're here because our oath and our duty compel us to be here. The actions and decisions of Secretary Mayorkas have left us with no other option than to proceed with articles of impeachment. That is why we must remove him from office. The time for accountability is now. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to House Resolution 863, and the Republican sham impeachment of Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Madam Speaker, what is happening here today is a travesty. It's an affront to the United States Constitution. It will do nothing to solve challenges at our border, and it's a baseless attack on a dedicated public servant. Republican members of Congress sworn to support and defend the Constitution are rejecting the framers' intent and over 2 centuries of precedent in favor of a politically motivated sham impeachment. Republicans have failed to make a constitutional viable case against impeachment. Neither of the impeachment charges in H.Res. 863 are a high crime and misdemeanor under Article 2 of the Constitution. Impeachment over mere policy disputes was deliberately rejected by the framers, and those disputes are best settled in our court system. In fact, the policy disputes identified in the articles of impeachment have already been addressed by the courts. The courts have either decided in the Biden administration's favor, or the disputes are still working their way through the system. Republicans are trying to relitigate court decisions through a sham impeachment, but the Constitution doesn't allow that. Constitutional experts testified before the Committee on Homeland Security that for a breach of public trust to rise to a high crime and misdemeanor, it would require conduct intended to serve an official's own benefit or the benefit of a foreign power. Secretary Mayorkas has done nothing of the sort. Republicans have misrepresented the law and Secretary Mayorkas' record to justify this sham impeachment. Secretary Mayorkas has served our country honorably over 30 years as a prosecutor and in leadership roles at the Department of Homeland Security. He's been a tireless advocate for the more than 260,000 DHS employees working to secure the homeland every day. He's leveraged all the authorities at his disposal while using every resource provided by Congress to secure the border. Under Secretary Mayorkas' leadership, DHS removed record levels of migrants from the U.S., detained even more people than Congress had provided funding for, and prevented record levels of fentanyl from entering our communities. If House Republicans were serious about improving conditions along the border, they would provide the department the funding necessary to do so. They have not. At every opportunity, Republicans have refused to provide resources to the Department of Homeland Security. If House Republicans were serious about improving conditions at the border, they would support the bipartisan Senate border bill. They have not. Republicans take their orders from Donald Trump, and he told them to reject the Senate bill. Republicans have been trying to kill the bill before they even knew what was in it. The Republican majority is running a do-nothing Congress. This sham impeachment effort isn't really about border security. It will do nothing to solve the border challenges we face. The truth is, the extreme mega Republicans running the House of Representatives don't want solutions. They want a political issue. House Republicans want to distort the Constitution and the Secretary's record to cover up their inability and unwillingness to work with Democrats to strengthen border security. It's about Republican politics and subversion of the Constitution. Bipartisan constitutional law and impeachment experts agree the Secretary has not committed an impeachable offense. Former Secretary of Homeland Security Michael Chertoff agrees, and even some of my Republican colleagues here in the House agree. The gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, said in a memorandum to House Republican colleagues, and I quote, "Problem is that the impeachment articles fail to identify an impeachable crime," unquote. The gentleman from California is right. I suspect some of his Republican colleagues agree, even if they won't admit it. Secretary Mayorkas has faithfully implemented the administration's border policies consistent with the funding Congress has provided, just like every other Secretary of Homeland Security before him, Democrat or Republican. During consideration in the Homeland Security Committee last week, Republicans improperly shut down the markup and blocked Democrats from offering amendments to the resolution. Republicans couldn't bear to consider amendments to their poorly drafted articles of impeachment. They silenced Democrats who attempted to inject a dose of reality into the chaotic proceedings. Yesterday, before the Rules Committee, Republicans again failed to make their case, relying on partisan rhetoric and obvious misinformation before neither the law nor the facts are on their side. The truth is, Republicans' actions show they don't have faith in their own case against the Secretary. That's why they lack the courage of their convictions to see their markup to an end. This nonsense has to stop, and it should stop here. Republicans need to start doing their work Americans sent them here to do. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to honor their oath to the Constitution, listen to the constitutional experts, listen to your own Republican colleagues who know H.Res. 863 is baseless. Drop this sham impeachment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Georgia, Mrs. Green.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.Res. 863, impeaching Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Alejandro Mayorkas is guilty of aiding and abetting the complete invasion of our country by criminals, gang members, terrorists, murderers, rapists, and over 10 million people from over 160 countries into American communities all across the United States. His willful refusal to secure the border has bankrupted communities, closed down U.S. schools that our children attend, drowned hospitals, and incapacitated law enforcement while empowering criminal cartels and illegal aliens. My Democrat colleagues argue that one cannot be impeached over policy differences. Well, I argue that breaking our laws is more than just policy differences. 300 dead Americans every day from fentanyl poisoning is more than just a policy difference, it's murder. Today in my own office, narcotics law enforcement officers from Georgia told me that 7 out of 10 Oxycontins or Percocets sold on the street are laced with fentanyl, and that comes directly across the border from Mexico. Secretary Mayorkas has violated numerous provisions in the Immigration and Nationality Act, including unlawfully directing DHS to mass parole illegal aliens into the U.S. when federal law specifically prohibits this, and unlawfully implementing catch and release policies when federal law specifically mandates the detention and removal of inadmissible aliens. In fact, detention facilities under Mayorkas have been mostly vacant because of such unlawful policies. The largest detention facility in California, which can house almost 2,000 illegals, is currently housing only 6 illegal aliens. He has violated his oath of office and breached the public trust by willfully refusing to ensure the laws passed by Congress and signed into law by the president are faithfully executed as required by Article 2 of the Constitution. He has allowed over 10 million illegal border crossers to invade our country, approximately 2 million of whom are known gotaways. These are people who have completely evaded U.S. authorities and are roaming the interior of the American communities, assaulting, raping, and murdering Americans. And God help us if we have a terrorist attack on our land. His subversion of the law has resulted in the highest number of illegal alien encounters in a single day, in the highest number of illegal alien encounters in a single month, and the highest number of illegal alien encounters in a single year. surpassing every national record on each account.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield the lady an additional 15 seconds.
His willful refusal to enforce the law has resulted in the most egregious national security crisis in the history of our country. Democrats are in a quandary. Either they must own the policies of murder and crime of American citizens, or they can admit Secretary Mayorkas has broken federal laws and vote to impeach Secretary Mayorkas.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Though she sits on the Homeland Security Committee, Representative Margaret Taylor Greene has raised doubts about 9/11 to the false assertion that 9/11 was done by our own government. She said that's all true. She also thinks Jewish space lasers cause wildfires. She fundraises off defunding the FBI. She's a person whose advice Republicans are taking today on this impeachment. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
Gentleman is recognized.
Welcome, my colleagues, to another week of Impeachment Unlimited. Having no legislative accomplishments to show for their 14 months in power, Republicans are voting on yet another pointless resolution. Unable to provide any evidence against President Biden, they have now decided to impeach someone else instead. We have serious challenges at the border, no one denies that, but these are not serious people. By this standard put forward by this hapless majority, every single DHS secretary would have been impeached. This is a policy and political dispute, not a high crime or misdemeanor. When an administration official tries to extort a foreign leader into helping them cheat in an election or leads an insurrection against our government, then impeach them. But until then, stop wasting everyone's time. I've known Ali Mayorkas since we were prosecutors together. He is a person of great integrity and devotion to this country. This impeachment is baseless, it is unconstitutional, and it should be defeated. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman from Mississippi, Tennessee recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Gentleman is
Chairman
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Secretary Mayorkas took an oath to protect our nation from all enemies, foreign and domestic. He has violated that oath and the public trust. Today, I intend to personally uphold the oath of office that I swore to my country. In my 25 years of dealing with the border as a federal prosecutor and the former chairman of this committee, I've never seen it this broken. That's because of one man's actions, his refusal to enforce the law, his rescission of successful policies like Remain in Mexico, his breach of public trust, his dereliction of duty has led to 8 million encounters, 300 on the terror watch list, 2.3 million aliens released into the interior, enough to fill 13 states. 200,000 young Americans have died due to fentanyl poisoning. These numbers are clear. Secretary Mayorkas is the architect of destruction, and the legal justification for his impeachment is strong. In the Supreme Court decision, the United States versus the state of Texas, the court examined a statute that mandated, quote, the government shall take into custody any alien that has committed an aggravated felon. It's not discretionary, it's mandatory. By failing to uphold this law, he has released dangerous and violent criminals into our communities and has put every American life at risk. Supreme Court Justice Story in 1833 said, quote, where a Lord Admiral has neglected to safeguard the seas, that shall be deemed an impeachable offense. That's exactly the case we have here. Secretary Mayorkas, charged with defense of air, land, and sea, has failed to defend our borders. The founders clearly believed impeachable offenses included neglect of duty, violation of public trust, injury to society. When asked before the Supreme Court if impeachment is a proper remedy, President Biden's own Solicitor General said, quote, in the face of a dramatic abdication of statutory responsibility, by the executive branch, such steps would be warranted, end of quote. Secretary Mayorkas is guilty of those impeachable offenses. He is destroying the fabric of this nation, and Americans agree. So today I will proudly stand up for our nation by voting to remove him from office, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas has invested significantly in stopping dangerous drugs like fentanyl entering the country and launched several efforts targeting smugglers, gangs, and cartels. Under Secretary Mayorkas' leadership, we have more personnel, technology, infrastructure, and resources on our borders than ever. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much. Considering this impeachment resolution is the fastest I've seen the House GOP move all session. That's because there's been no collection of evidence, only the manipulation of it. There's been no meaningful bipartisan engagement, only partisan political stunts. And there's been no due process. Instead, it's a deliberate disregard for the basis of our legal system. It has no constitutional precedent or basis, no real backing by Senate GOP counterparts who are going to hold the trial, no meaningful engagement with policy, and no support from respected legal scholars, political pundits, nor former DHS directors. History will remember this for what it is, an appeasement of the most extreme members of the MAGA base, and put very simply, the brown-nosing of a man with 91 indictments, several convictions, and 2 impeachments. And I yield back.
Reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Burkeen.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this impeachment resolution. As Chairman Green of the Homeland Security Committee has reminded our committee often in recent weeks, James Madison, the father of our Constitution, once said, if an unworthy man be continued in office by an unworthy president, the House of Representatives can at any time impeach him, and the Senate can remove him whether the president chooses or not, end of quote. This impeachment is not about policy difference, though we have them. It is absolutely because Secretary Mayorkas refuses to enforce the laws that are part of our nation's fabric. The rule of law matters. Nobody is above it, including Secretary Mayorkas. Contrary to what he and the president publicly claim, no new laws are needed to stop this crisis. They have created it. Section 212 of the Immigration and Nationality Act already grants them the authority to holler halt. We know that Mayorkas is aware of this provision. On day 5 of the Biden administration, the president suspended entry by those coming from UK, Ireland, Brazil, and South Africa. Secretary Mayorkas has left us with no other option other than impeachment because he refuses to enforce the law. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, Republicans say this impeachment is not about policy disagreements, but every argument they make is about policies. Secretary Mayorkas has taken action to secure the border, but he's used different, more humane policies that are not practical, impeachable. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, our Democratic whip, Ms. Clark.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. We all agree something needs to be done to fix our broken immigration system. But when it comes to doing the work, finding the solutions, House Democrats have come to the table. President Biden has come to the table. The Senate has come to the table. But then there's the House GOP. As the MAGA extremists hold up our national security priorities, our commitment to our allies and to our own readiness, supposedly to strike a deal on immigration. The president says, let's get it done. And then he did. Instead of pursuing a bipartisan compromise, instead of strengthening the security of our border, advancing humane solutions, and doing their jobs, they're now impeaching the Secretary of Homeland Security without a single allegation of any impeachable crime? Not one. Impeaching a cabinet member without any evidence of high crimes or misdemeanors, that is the breach of public trust here. So the plan is to impeach the secretary, and then what? Will the majority invest in Border Patrol? No, their dream budget fires 2,000 Border Patrol agents. Just yesterday, Speaker Johnson ridiculed the men and women of Border Patrol for supporting the Senate bill, saying it's probably because it would give them a fair wage. This majority's contempt for working people, even those whose mission is to carry out border security, has no bounds. This extreme MAGA majority has repeatedly rejected funding for technology that is needed to stop the flow of fentanyl. But here we are. The extreme MAGA majority, what are they going to do about the border? Only this sham impeachment. And they've told us what the future holds. As one member across the aisle put it, they oppose action on immigration because it would boost Biden against Trump. That's all they care about. That's what this sham is about. Choosing extremism over country, stunts over solutions, and politics over people. That is a breach of trust we all must reject. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Lee.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the resolution to impeach Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. We are here today to address one of the most serious responsibilities that we can undertake as Congress, the impeachment of Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. The Committee on Homeland Security has worked diligently to investigate and to consider the causes and the consequences of the catastrophe at our southern border. And it has concluded that it is necessary and appropriate to pursue this impeachment. Since President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas took office, there have been over 8.3 illegal crossings nationwide. We have seen the devastating effects of human trafficking, of fentanyl trafficking, and what happens when we cede operational control of our southern border to the Mexican drug cartel. Secretary Mayorkas has refused to enforce the duly enacted laws passed by this Congress. By doing so, he has endangered our homeland, a direct violation of his oath of office. Even in the face of irrefutable evidence to the contrary, he has given false testimony to Congress, claiming that the border is secure. And he has defied court orders ordering the secretary to abandon the illegal programs and policies that it has implemented which incentivize illegal immigration. House Republicans know that border security is national security, and the crisis at our border is a critical threat to national security and the safety of the American people. Secretary Mayorkas has willfully and deliberately refused to uphold the laws of the United States. He has violated his oath of office, and he has breached the public trust. Congress has a constitutional duty to secure our border and to ensure our communities are safe. We cannot allow an executive branch agency head to defy the lawful authority of Congress and of the courts in pursuit of policies that are contrary to law and endangering Americans. And that is why Secretary Mayorkas must be impeached. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, the border is not open. In fact, under Secretary Mayorkas' leadership, this administration has removed, returned, or expelled more migrants in 3 years than the Trump administration did in 4 years. With that, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, the ranking member on our border subcommittee.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. We have something in common with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. This country, Main Street, every one of our districts has a challenge with fentanyl. We've all witnessed the deaths in our communities, good young men and women, from fentanyl, from this scourge. But Secretary Mayorkas is doing his job. I want you to look at this graph. The seizures at the border of fentanyl. 2019, 2,800 pounds. 2023, 27,000 pounds of fentanyl seized. Ladies and gentlemen, I just got back again from visiting the border. I went to San Isidro, and again, I asked the men and women in uniform, again, I asked them, what do you need from us to double these numbers? Simple answer. We want more resources. We want more personnel, more drug sniffing dogs. We want more equipment. Some of those agents were struggling. They were working double shifts. Women, moms, men, fathers saying, we don't have time for our families. We're going to have to find another job. And right now, we have a solution. We have legislation that the Senate has worked on with Senate Republicans, Senate Democrats, and the president supporting a solution that will bring resources to the border. And the majority party here refuses to bring that legislation forward for a vote. Who's derelict on their duty? We must step up and make sure that we protect Main Street and we help Secretary Mayorkas do his job and double these numbers. Thank you. I yield.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Today is about delivering accountability on behalf of the local and state leaders unable to bear the weight of thousands of illegal immigrants flooding their communities, hospitals, and schools. On behalf of the thousands of families who have lost loved ones at the hands of illegal immigrants. On behalf of hundreds of Border Patrol agents stripped of their tools to do their job. The situation at the border cannot continue. I've seen it firsthand during my trips to the southern border. Mayorkas's refusal to enforce the laws of our nation has encouraged millions of illegal aliens from 160 different countries to cross the border. Over 85% of them are being released into the United States. This is in clear violation of federal immigration law. Failure to act is not an option. The year-long investigation held by the committee confirmed what every American already knew to be true. The actions that we will take today against Secretary Mayorkas are warranted and utterly urgent. Our country is under attack, and the Secretary of Homeland Security is working against America. I urge my colleagues to act on this critical time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, if my Republican colleagues were serious about the border, they'd drop this baseless impeachment and bring up the Senate bipartisan border agreement for debate. But they aren't serious about reform. Speaker Johnson made it clear the bill was dead on arrival before he saw the text of the bill. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member. On our first Homeland Security Committee hearing, Professor Bowman, an expert in impeachments, made it clear that policy differences are not a legitimate basis for impeachment. There is no legitimate basis for impeachment, yet here we are. Why? Republicans believe persecution is a substitute for policymaking. I guess when you can't legislate, you punish, right? Persecution has become their go-to strategy to score political points. We've seen that on Congressperson Omar, Schiff, Tlaib, even their own Speaker McCarthy, government employees, immigrants, and now Secretary Mayorkas. While great for political theater, persecution and punishment does not solve problems. Policy does. But Republicans are not interested in policy. They shut us down from presenting policy. They even killed a supplemental they had negotiated for months. They're just desperately deflecting attention from their failure to govern to secure their own empty re-elections. If we're serious, we'd be debating policies to address a humanitarian crisis, the root cause of migration, and fentanyl. Clearly, we're not.
Yield an additional 15 seconds to the lady.
Clearly, we are not serious about solutions, just chaos.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, many have said what the issue is. Many have mischaracterized it, in my judgment. The issue presented by the articles of impeachment and why they should be adopted by the House is not a matter of policy. It is not a matter of maladministration. It is not a matter of incompetence. It is not a matter of neglect. It is not even a matter of refusal to enforce the law. It was stated succinctly and aptly in the district court opinion that ultimately led to the United States Supreme Court last summer in Texas, in the United States versus Texas. The core of the dispute is whether the executive branch may require its officials to act in a manner that conflicts with a statutory mandate imposed by Congress. It may not. You see, the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, issued guidelines, administrative law, instructing the Department of Homeland Security not to detain criminal aliens, nor those ordered finally removed. That is what he did, and that was flatly contradictory to statutes passed by the Congress in the mid-1990s. We are a nation of laws. The court has said, the Supreme Court has said, it cannot referee this dispute. It is up to Congress. And the Congress has but one means in this situation to vindicate the law. It cannot help the situation by shutting down the government, by cutting off funding. There is no new cabinet secretary to refuse to confirm in the Senate. There is but one means: the impeachment of the secretary who purported to issue law defying the Congress. That must result in his impeachment. If the law is to have any force, if the Congress is to remain of any significance in the jurisprudence, in the law of the United States.
15 more seconds. Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, Republicans highlight the Secretary's enforcement guidelines as an example of breaking the law. They fail to mention that the conservative Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals said, quote, "The guidance does not necessarily violate a single word of the statute." The Sixth Circuit also found that the provisions of immigration law that Republicans frequently cite does not, quote, "create a judicially enforceable mandate that the department arrest or remove certain non-citizens." I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my colleague for yielding. The power to impeach is one of the greatest constitutional powers granted to the House of Representatives. This awesome responsibility should be reserved for high crimes and misdemeanors. But House Republicans have decided to abuse that responsibility for a cheap political stunt. House Republicans have not even alleged an impeachable offense. Policy disagreements are not impeachable. Even if you strongly believe border security should be improved, that does not provide grounds to remove a cabinet official. That is why former Republican Secretary Michael Chertoff said Mayorkas hasn't committed an impeachable offense. Even law professor Jonathan Turley has said Secretary Mayorkas' alleged actions are not impeachable and fail to, quote, "amount to high crimes and misdemeanors warranting his impeachment." Republicans offered no constitutional scholars as witnesses during their 2 impeachment hearings, but rather relied on Republican states attorney general's testimony, one of which didn't even mention the word impeachment in his prepared testimony.
I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
I thank my colleague. This unconstitutional impeachment process has been predetermined and unjust since it began. It will lower the constitutional bar for future impeachments, and it will not make our border more secure. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution, often known as the Invasion Clause, says that this government will protect every state from invasion. That is something that clearly this secretary is in complete dereliction of duty of. And I know that he swore an oath to protect and defend that Constitution. Now, I'm not sure how many Americans have to die. I'm not sure how many Americans have to die of fentanyl, MS-13 gang members, having their kids raped and murdered. We had one in Homeland Security just a couple weeks ago begging us to do something about this absolutely atrocious leadership from the secretary. But it is high time that this individual be held accountable for his complete dereliction of duty at our southern border. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. And the last thing I want to say is, I think it tells you everything you need to know when my colleagues say it doesn't matter if you impeach Secretary Mayorkas. We're just going to have somebody come in
Gentleman's time's
will you give me
expired.
another
15 seconds.
We're just going to have somebody come in and do the same exact job. Thank you for saying the quiet part out loud. Yes, your policies are so bad that no matter who you put in there, it will cause the same amount of damage to the American people. The people of this country are watching. Let's get this done.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves, and the members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair, and the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. 90% of fentanyl seized is interdicted at ports of entry, mostly in passenger vehicles driven by U.S. citizens and lawful residents, not migrants. If we invest in our ports of entry instead of pursuing this sham impeachment, we can scan more of these vehicles. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Smoke and mirrors has never been the foundation of the Constitution. And that is all we have today to misrepresent to the American people that we're doing serious work. It comes to mind as to whether or not Secretary Mayorkas is being charged with articles of impeachment because he's a Cuban immigrant who came to the United States with his family as political refugees, that he spent time fleeing the Nazis, and that he came here to do his very best for the American people. And yet, we attempt to charge him with willful violation of the law. Operational control of the border means 0 persons coming across. This has not been the case as relates to any secretary, no matter what administration. And yet we failed in this process of false smoke and mirrors to allow the secretary to be able to articulate, or we articulate, any charge that might constitute high crimes and misdemeanors. We failed to provide evidence to support the charges such as they are. We failed to name the proper
Gentlewoman's
target.
time has expired.
Later, an additional 30 seconds.
I thank the gentleman. We failed to name the proper target for impeachment in a policy dispute. We failed to process anything against Secretary Mayorkas. And we could not in any way bring to suggest that he violated the law or that he benefited from any aspect of his work. This secretary has been denied due process. This is smoke and mirrors. The Constitution, the foundation of this land, is truth. There has been no high crimes and misdemeanor or bribery. This is a impeachment that should be immediately dismissed. I ask my colleagues to vote no on the articles of impeachment. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
2 minutes. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a sad day. It's a sad day that we have to be here, but the framers of our Constitution forecasted that this could occur. And while we're going to hear that this is a policy difference, that this is maladministration, this is the systemic refusal to follow the law, to enforce the law. It's the egregious breach of public trust. And there are no other avenues here. There must be a consequence, there must be accountability, and that's why we are moving to impeach Alejandro Mayorkas for endangering our country. You know, anyone with common sense can see that what is being allowed to happen in our border is not only a catastrophe, but it's a national security crisis. 9 million illegal aliens have entered our country since President Biden has been in office. 300 people have matched the terror watch list. It took less than 20 people to orchestrate the attacks on 9/11, which sent me into 20 years of service to this country to protect us overseas. And yet we're letting the Trojan horse into our country that threatens us. And we have a secretary who refuses to enforce the laws on the books. It is Congress's duty to ensure that the Department of Homeland Security is led by individuals committed to upholding the rule of law, protecting our borders. And the failure to secure the border has been so severe that we have to provide accountability. Not only is this a systemic refusal to follow the law, but it's also the systemic deconstruction of the rule of law that eventually will eat away at this country. I'm so concerned, our country should be concerned, and I urge everyone in this House to do something that actually gets accountability, to impeach Alejandro Mayorkas, and to get our country secure once again. I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I inquire how much time remains on each side.
The gentleman from Tennessee has 37 1/4 minutes.
And how much?
Gentleman from Mississippi has 39 3/4 minutes.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, daily removals are nearly double what they were compared to pre-pandemic averages. The vast majority of individuals encountered at the southwest border throughout this administration have been removed, returned, or expelled. Secretary Mayorkas is enforcing the law. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Dr. Ruiz.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I rise to call out the hypocrisy and extreme political stunts Republicans are displaying with its baseless and unconstitutional impeachment against the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. Instead of seeking bipartisan solutions, they voted to cut border security funding. Let me repeat, cut border security funding, and are now bringing an impeachment that lacks basis in law just to pull another one of their political stunts. Secretary Mayorkas has dedicated his career to public service and our country. During his time in the department, he led the development and implementation of DACA and led the department's successful response to Ebola and Zika outbreaks. He's worked tirelessly on combating human trafficking and developed an emergency relief program for orphaned youth following the tragic January 2010 earthquake in Haiti. Secretary Mayorkas has done the work he was tasked to do by the president and more. Stop wasting time on yet another extreme political farce. Start working with Democrats for a bipartisan real solution. Thank you.
Time's expired. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to urge support of H.Res. 863, the Articles of Impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. It is clear that Secretary Mayorkas has willfully and systematically refused to comply with U.S. immigration law. An average of 5,000 illegal immigrants are being released into the United States each day, which is a flagrant abuse of immigration laws passed by Congress governing the parole, detention, and removal of illegal immigrants. For 3 years, Secretary Mayorkas has refused to enforce the laws passed by Congress, abused his authority as a cabinet secretary, and misled Congress and the American people about the crisis and the role his actions and decisions have played in sparking and facilitating it. As a result, we see record amounts of deadly fentanyl flowing into our communities, rising crime across our country, and a massive strain on our locality, schools, and community services. Since Secretary Mayorkas' tenure, over 300 individuals on the terrorist watch list have been apprehended by Border Patrol agents trying to illegally enter the United States at the southern border between ports of entry.
Gentleman's time is expired.
Cartels in Mexico.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
15 seconds.
Thank you. And cartels in Mexico are empowered to expand lucrative human trafficking and smuggling operations across the porous southern border. The actions of Secretary Mayorkas have led to a complete humanitarian and national security catastrophe. Congress must hold the executive branch accountable when they fail to uphold the oath of office, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of H.Res. 863.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, Republicans ignore the fact that no administration has ever had the resources to detain all border crossers. President Trump released over 500,000 people without ever detaining any of them. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the ranking member on Judiciary, Mr. Nadler.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the sham impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. This resolution is filled with false and misleading statements that amount to nothing more than policy disagreements. Even if it were based in truth, however, policy disagreements are not a legitimate basis for impeachment. Impeaching a cabinet secretary is serious. Unfortunately, House Republicans are not. This sham impeachment ran roughshod over due process and completely bypassed the Judiciary Committee, the Committee of Jurisdiction for Impeachment. This is not a serious effort, nor is it a serious resolution. Republicans allege that Secretary Mayorkas should be impeached simply because he failed to meet the impossible standards set out in our laws, standards that no administration, not even President Trump's, has ever come close to meeting. For example, they allege that Secretary Mayorkas has failed to detain everyone that the law requires to be held in mandatory detention. But to do so would require Congress to appropriate over $35 billion a year, a number 10 times higher than President Trump ever requested for detention. That's why the Trump administration released over 500,000 people at the U.S. Mexico border and released 1.1 million people from immigration detention into the United States. But did we hear calls from the Republicans to impeach Secretaries Kelly, Duke, or Nielsen? Of course not. The resolution also takes aim at the Secretary's use of his parole authority. But Republicans never complained when President Trump uses parole authority for tens of thousands of Cubans and military families. So what's different now? Could it be that it's an election year and Republicans have no record of accomplishments to run on? With no ideas, no agenda, no ability to govern, they are cheapening the serious and awesome power of impeachment to score a few cheap political points. That is shameful. Our immigration system has been broken for decades. Impeaching a cabinet secretary because you do not like their policies will not repair it. Only bipartisan reform can do that. I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. His actions support law-breaking and lawlessness and have inflicted a horrific toll on our country. The kind of damage he's done to our cities and our families is something you'd expect from a hostile foreign adversary looking to destabilize and destroy America. Our cities are overrun, forcing vital services to be cut off or reduced, shutting down our schools to house illegal migrants, turning community centers into refugee camps, all while ignoring the needs of our own citizens. There are more than 110,000 dead Americans from fentanyl that is being smuggled by Mexican cartels. We see criminal illegal immigrants committing murder, rape, and beating our police in broad daylight. This is far more than a policy difference. This is the death and destruction of our country and our people. And I will not stand by and just politely ask the Biden administration to please stop the chaos and devastation. In a functioning government, people need to be held accountable when they have deliberately inflicted harm on our nation, and that is exactly what we are doing today. I yield back.
Reserve. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if my Republican colleagues were worried about the impacts of migration on our local communities, they should support DHS's Shelter and Services Program. This is the only federal program that can provide direct assistance to cities and organizations responding to arriving migrants. Instead, they're trying to gut this program and impeach Secretary Mayorkas, which would accomplish nothing. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
This is not about Secretary Mayorkas. This is straight up sabotage. MAGA Republicans have never accepted President Biden as the president from the day they led an insurrection into this chamber to this day where they're trying to sabotage solutions at the border. Any shortcomings with Mayorkas are your fault. You won't give him the authorities that he needs to carry out more security at the border. And all we've heard for years is noun, verb, border. So you get your border deal led by the second most conservative in the Senate, and you're walking away from it You're walking away from it because Trump says you can't have it. And this place with you all in charge is looking less and less like the House chamber and more like Trump's echo chamber. What we need right now are solutions, not chaos. And with you all in charge, you're a party of followers. And with President Biden's leadership, Democrats continue to show we're a party of leaders. And I yield back.
I want to remind members that they are to address their remarks to the chair. The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the House rules. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it interesting that how many Democrats or open border caucus members, or I apologize for my redundancy there, are willing to house migrants in their own homes, Madam Speaker. None, zero, nada. They seem to all be for providing sanctuary, provided they don't have to provide it. Alejandro Mayorkas, under oath, testified before Congress and claimed the border is no less secure than it was previously. Does anyone in this chamber actually believe that? Does anyone in this country believe that? So let's compare the first 3 years of President Trump and Biden's tenures. President Trump, first 3 years, 1.6 million illegal crossings. Joe Biden, 8.3 million, a 519% increase. Terror watch list suspects apprehended. Under President Trump, 8 in 3 years. Joe Biden, 361, a 4,512% increase. Chinese nationals, mostly of military age men entering illegally. Last year under President Trump was 450. Under Joe Biden, over 24,000, a 5,333% increase. No less secure. That the new math? Opioid deaths have doubled. The Mexican drug cartels are enjoying record profits. Alejandro Mayorkas fostered this mayhem, and he facilitated a cataclysmic chaos. He's inept, he's weak, he's impotent. He's violated federal law, he's purged himself in front of Congress, he's lied to the American people, and he's undermined his own Border Patrol agents. Mayorkas has shown the world who he is. He is a sheep in sheep's clothing. And the cartel wolves and our enemies across the world are circling. This impeachment is richly deserved, and we must fire this bum, this second coming of Benedict Arnold, forthwith. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's look at the facts. Since May 12, 2023, when Title 42 ended, DHS has removed more than 500,000 individuals. That's more people than when Donald Trump removed in any given year. The border is not open. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, the ranking member of the Oversight Committee.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Chairman, we're here because the madcap wild goose chase to impeach Joe Biden has produced no wild geese. Even Fox News is lampooning the fact that their own expert witnesses repeatedly say President Biden did nothing wrong and there are no grounds for impeachment. More than a dozen GOP members in Biden majority districts don't want to go anywhere near that fantasy production. So the Trump-Putin mega faction, headed up by the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, has been given this worthless trinket of a consolation prize, the opportunity to bring a slapstick impeachment drive against a cabinet member of unimpeachable integrity who has obviously committed no treason, no bribery, no high crimes, no misdemeanors, nothing indictable or even indictable, if you prefer. What makes this farce a tragedy is that Secretary Mayorkas and the U.S. Senate have been working for months to achieve precisely the immigration and border compromise the GOP has been demanding. And miraculously, they got to a bipartisan immigration agreement for billions of dollars more in Border Patrol officers, immigration judges, fentanyl detection machines, a far tougher border. It was good enough for Senator Mitch McConnell and dozens of GOP senators, and it was good enough for the Wall Street Journal, but the House MAGAs would not take yes for an answer. Why? Because Donald Trump doesn't want a border solution. He wants a border problem, nothing else to run on. And Vladimir Putin certainly doesn't want $60 billion going to the heroic people of Ukraine, defying his filthy imperialist invasion. All over the world, democracy and freedom are under siege today, and all our colleagues can think to do is to sell out our democratic allies and sell out the cause of human rights, and then impeach a cabinet secretary working diligently to solve the immigration problem that they claim to care about. I yield back.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas swore an oath to defend the U.S. Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. Unfortunately, it seems as though he hasn't defended it from a single one. Since President Biden took office, there have been more than 7 million illegal encounters at our southern border and more than 1.7 million known gotaways. Not once has Secretary Mayorkas issued a statement, signed a policy, or taken an action to discourage this from happening. In fact, he has doubled down and encouraged the invasion by endorsing catch and release policies, ending Title 42, and stopping Remain in Mexico. This subversion of our Constitution, willful disregard of our country's laws, and unfettered dedication to exacerbating this self-inflicted crisis have left the House with no other option than to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. Madam Speaker, I urge the House to join me in voting to impeach Secretary Mayorkas and urge the Senate to remove him from his position. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I remind my colleagues that they voted to terminate the COVID-19 national emergency and thus voted to end Title 42. In addition, DHS has no role in ending this policy. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, the American people want us to be working together to solve our challenges at the border. We could be working together to vote on President Biden's proposal for $14 billion of funding that would add over 1,000 Border Patrol officers. We could be working with the Senate on real immigration reform that Republicans claimed they wanted until Donald Trump told them that they didn't. But instead, we are wasting time and energy on an impeachment with no legal basis just because it's what Donald Trump wants. Here are the facts. The facts are this. Congress has allocated funding for 34,000 beds at detention centers. The average daily census last year was 37,000. The centers are full. And so the secretary, under the law, uses his legal discretion to decide who to detain and who to release, the same legal discretion that all of his predecessors have used. In the last 2 years of the Trump administration, 52% of migrants were released, nearly 1 million people. And I did not hear my House Republican colleagues calling to impeach that Homeland Security Secretary. No, this is about one thing, politics. There are no high crimes, no misdemeanors, no treason, no bribery. And I would remind my colleagues, our oath is to the Constitution, not to Donald Trump. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Pitts.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Chair Green. It's been said that Secretary Mayorkas is dishonest, duplicitous, and derelict in his duties, and I agree. However, he has also willfully refused to comply with and enforce our nation's immigration laws and explicitly instructed his employees to not enforce these laws. Additionally, the Secretary has willfully obstructed inquiries of my Judiciary Committee regarding entry of illegal aliens into our country. The constitutional standard for impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas has been satisfied. I want to commend Chair Mark Green for his excellent work in managing this important constitutional matter and in following regular order. While doing so, I yield back.
The gentleman
reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, despite the Republicans want us to believe the courts at the highest level have not found that Secretary Mayorkas is violating the law, and courts are where we go to determine whether a cabinet secretary is following the law Congress wrote, not a partisan impeachment. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I rise today in strong opposition to the GOP's political stunt of the day, impeaching Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas. The real problem here is congressional inaction on immigration reform. My community of El Paso, Texas, on the U.S. Mexico border, has been on the front lines of this issue and living with the consequences of congressional failure to act. Our federal personnel, local governments, and shelters are all overwhelmed. And Republicans continue to withhold vital funding that would help address this issue. As a border legislator, I've never met a more committed, accessible cabinet member than Secretary Mayorkas. He is a great public servant doing everything he can with the limited resources Congress has given to him. I invite my Republican colleagues who want to solve this, who really want to solve this, to join the bipartisan coalition supporting the Dignity Act. Stop playing games and do your job. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to express my support for impeaching Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for reasons outlined in both articles of impeachment, but specifically for Article 2, breach of public trust. Secretary Mayorkas has repeatedly testified falsely, misleading Congress and the American people. He's done so by saying that the southwest border is secure and that his department has operational control of the border. Secretary Mayorkas, in his previous appearances before the Committee on Homeland Security, has told me personally on multiple times, testifying while under oath, that the border is secure. And I know that time and time again, Secretary Mayorkas has appeared before Congress, both the United States House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate, and has repeated the security of our southwest border. These declarations, Madam Speaker, are patently untrue, and they contradict statements made by both his former Border Patrol Chief, Raul Ortiz, and by the President himself. President Biden, who just recently said and admitted that the border was not secure. And he went on to say that the border has not been secured for almost a decade. Madam Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas' dealings with Congress, they indicate a lack of transparency and an attempt to mislead the public on the true conditions that exist at the border. And we as Congress, we must now hold Secretary Mayorkas accountable. This is a grave day in our history, a grave day for this nation, and not one that we take lightly. However, in light of all the facts, I urge my colleagues to join me in voting to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, my Republican colleagues won't admit that this impeachment is a sham, but their favorite conservative legal experts will. President Trump's impeachment attorney, Alan Dershowitz, accused Republicans of, quote, distorting the Constitution, unquote. And Republicans' favorite legal witness, Jonathan Turley, said that there is, quote, no evidence that Secretary Mayorkas is corrupt or committed an impeachable offense, unquote. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to oppose the partisan sham impeachment proceedings against a dedicated and honorable public servant, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Secretary Mayorkas has done his job while operating within a broken immigration system that this Congress has refused to fix. Instead of working with House Democrats and the Biden administration on serious solutions, House Republicans are focused on one thing: appeasing former President Donald Trump. This impeachment is an unconstitutional abuse of power. It is clear that policy differences are not grounds for impeachment. Even worse than the partisan nature of these proceedings are the alleged facts that they are based on. To build their case, House Republicans work with and cite reports from groups such as the Center for Immigration Studies, a Southern Poverty Law Center designated hate group. When I attempted to introduce an amendment to point this out, it was rejected by House Republicans twice in committee, once in Homeland and once in Rules. All because Republicans don't want Americans to know the baseless and completely unprecedented nature of this
gentleman's
time has expired.
Additional 30 seconds.
that anti-migrant hate groups form the foundation of the case that we are listening to today. I stand with my Democratic colleagues against this partisan impeachment, and I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote no. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. You know, James Iredale, one of the founders from North Carolina, talking about this impeachment clause, said the power of impeachment is given by this Constitution to bring great offenders to punishment. It's calculated to bring them to punishment for crime which is not easy to describe, but which everyone must be convinced is a high crime and misdemeanor against government. For instance, corruption. Let's do here. Its exercise, the impeachment, will arise from acts of great injury to the community, and the objects of it may be such as cannot be easily reached by an ordinary tribunal. That's why you have impeachment. And that's necessary here because what you have is a secretary who came into judiciary. He's given the language from the Safe and Secure Fence Act of 2006 and said, is the border under operational control? He says, well, no, we've redefined it ourselves. We're comfortable with the new definition that we've made. That's a violation of the separation of powers. This is the same secretary who tells his ICE agents, you know what, you cannot.
Additional 30 seconds.
He tells his ICE agents, you cannot remove 1 million, 1.2 million people who have actually had due process through the courts and have active removal orders. He's the same one who said we don't have to adhere to Title VIII. That has resulted in great injury to our communities. And that is why he must be impeached, because he falls in the definitions that one of the founders, James Iredale, said. And he's right on the money, and I urge everyone to support this movement to impeach.
The gentleman's time expired. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, the definition of operational control in the Secure Fence Act of 2006 has never been achieved under any administration, including the Trump administration. This is not grounds for impeachment. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, Republicans are engaging in yet another impeachment scam. We're here today because the majority wants to attack President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas, all to elect Donald Trump. The insane leader of their party claims that immigrants like me, and I quote, pollute the blood of this country. Donald Trump's rhetoric is just like Hitler's. And he wants chaos. He thinks the border crisis helps him, so he wants it to continue. And in fact, Border Patrol apprehensions more than tripled in the last 8 months of the Trump presidency. But let's remember the Donald Trump and MAGA vision for border security. These are actually some of their ideas. Donald Trump wants to build alligator moats. He's proposed bombing Mexico. He's actually said we should shoot migrants in the legs and maybe even electrify the fence. These are cruel and ridiculous ideas, that they are proposals of Donald Trump and the MAGA right. This extreme political stunt should fail. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. A gentleman from Mississippi Reserve. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank my colleague, the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, and I respect my colleagues across the aisle who have voiced their opposition. It's important that we clarify the legacy that some of us would condemn by impeaching the secretary responsible for this legacy. And by contrast, the legacy that my colleagues who oppose the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas would support. 300,000 Americans dead from cartel drugs. 100,000 teenage girls and boys missing, lost by the Mayorkas system into the unspeakable horror of sex slavery networks across the filthiest corners of criminal organizations in our cities. American sovereignty disintegrated. American soil lost to cartel human and drug trafficking bases. Millions of single military-age men from over 100 countries, unvetted, released into our country, creeping into every corner of American society, every city, every town. Our schools overrun by illegals, granted free access to American education infrastructure in hundreds of reports, with no room left for our own children. Hundreds of thousands of violent criminals released into our nation, despite federal law stating that DHS shall detain known criminals who enter America illegally. 1,000 or more known or suspected terrorists allowed to pass freely into the heart of our nation, into my state, into yours. This is the legacy of Alejandro Mayorkas. And by our oath, we must impeach this man who has presented an arrogant, defiant tone of denial and lies to Congress for 3 years, seemingly content or even proud to destroy America day by day. So it is that on this day, it shall be written in the historical record of the People's House that Secretary of Department of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas has been impeached. So shall it be written. So shall it be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my Republican colleagues are starving DHS of necessary border security resources while accusing Secretary Mayorkas of not doing his job. House Republicans refuse to consider the White House's $13.6 billion border supplemental funding request that would pay for more border agents and officers and detention beds. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this resolution to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. This resolution is as ridiculous as it is dangerous. It has no evidence of high crimes or misdemeanors. Are we really debating impeaching a cabinet secretary because House Republicans don't like the policies that he advances under a democratically elected president? Far from alleging true high crimes and misdemeanors, this resolution relies on the same tired and untrue Republican talking points that Democrats have demonstrated for months are not true. With this Marjorie Taylor Greene sham impeachment resolution, the majority is bending to the will of the most extreme members of their conference simply because they don't like the policies that Secretary Mayorkas is pursuing. Secretary Mayorkas is an excellent and dedicated public servant working tirelessly to protect our national security and to address a broken immigration system. And this Republican Congress, the least productive Congress in the history of the United States, having passed only 27 bills that have been signed into law despite over 700 votes in this body, is simply trying to distract the American people from the fact that they are not doing a single thing to address the lives of ordinary Americans across this country. I keep thinking that the House cannot debase itself further, Mr. Speaker, but it appears that we have not reached rock bottom yet. Vote no on this sham of an impeachment. I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona for 2 minutes, Mr. Siscomani.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Chairman Green for yielding me time. Let me start with this. The House is pursuing impeachment because there is no option left. Secretary Mayorkas has abandoned his job, and he has abandoned the American people. As the charges describe, the Secretary has willfully and systematically refused to comply with the law. And he's put our communities and our country at risk by doing so. This is not an action we take lightly. The last time his cabinet secretary was impeached was in 1876. This is a historic impeachment for someone with historic failures. The time has ran out for Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to be able to do his job. In order to secure our communities, protect our homeland, and keep Americans safe, Secretary Mayorkas has got to go. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record op-eds from frequent conservative legal commentator Jonathan Turley and Alan Dershowitz opposing the Mayorkas impeachment despite their policy disagreements with the Biden administration. I also include in the record a January 30th, 2024 editorial by the conservative Wall Street Journal titled "Impeaching Mayorkas Achieves Nothing."
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve balance.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize the gentleman from California for 2 minutes, Mr. Issa.
Distinguished gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is so frustrating because today we are, in fact, impeaching a pawn. We're impeaching a pawn for the president. The secretary is being impeached for what he did wrong. He is, in fact, guilty as alleged. But in fact, he is just part of the high crimes and misdemeanor of the President of the United States. It was the President's decision to, in fact, undo policies that were working, to reverse, to make a systematic change that in my district, with over 55 miles of Mexican border, my border agents are reduced to being Uber drivers for everyone coming over the border. I am perfectly willing to listen to people say, well, this is a policy difference, but it is not. To faithfully execute the mission, you can have differences in how to do it. To thwart the very execution of that mission, which Secretary Mayorkas has done, is in fact an impeachable offense. I have some sympathy for him because I believe he is just obeying the orders of his boss. But that has been said before. That excuse has been used. The fact is he took an oath. He must faithfully execute that oath. If he cannot, because the president will not let him do it, then he needs to resign. As we impeach the first cabinet officer in well over 100 years, the fact is he should have resigned rather than to do things which were adverse to the Constitution, adverse to his oath, but upon the orders and duty of the president. The president can be wrong. The president can order high crimes and misdemeanors. The president can be guilty of them. This president is, in fact, guilty of that which we are impeaching the secretary for today, but so is the secretary. And for that reason, I urge a yes vote and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire about how much time remains for each side?
Gentleman from Tennessee has 22 and a half minutes. Gentleman from Mississippi has 24. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, this baseless sham impeachment fails to articulate a single charge that rises to the level of high crimes and misdemeanors. The constitutional standard for impeachment. Mere policy differences do not amount to impeachable offenses. I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a letter by eminent constitutional scholars opposed to this political stunt as well as a Washington Post op-ed by Joshua Metz and Norm Eisen